Check, check, check. Can anybody hear me? Hello? Check. Check. Can anybody hear me? Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you guys for a second.
Pa kia hea he olu me ka leo na he nā e mai e olu ka ibi ula no o kou e mai me ke aloha. There's two more groups after this one. Mai ke ku pa'a kaulapi ko kawela ulaula ni awa ke ai ika ka wai o wai au ika poka mole o kila we au hale makuma e mai me kia o ka mo kia
Pā Kōnane, e malamau ko ya Makou, e ului ka lani, e ului ka honua, e ului ka pae ʻāina o Hawaiʻi, e o mai ka ike, e o mai ka ika ika, e o mai ke aka mai, e o mai ka mau popo pono, e ho mai ka ike pāpālua, e ho mai ka mana. Mama wano e o umau kia I mai ka pō mai e nāna ia mai ke ia ho o Makou Kōnane a kākou mai luna lalo mai kahikihi a kahikihi mai kahikina ke ko mohana mai kauka ke kai mai loko awa ho Kia ia malama ia e pāle aku nā o piliki ana I ko kākou noho na. E ku e manue. Ke alu aku nei ka pulea hakalau. Kulia I kalani a huli ana mui ana ue. Ka nehi luna, ka nehi lalo. Ka a kau, ka a e mā kuma kani hai kalani. E kili ka I kalani, ka uilanu I mā ke hai kalani, pānei kalani ola ke kanaka. O mai ka loea ka ike ka mana ia e ka honua la. O hala uali o ka hiwai hoa I ka hua o lelo. Eli kaumai a mama wano. Mai wau lani mai kaua o liliko laulani o akalei hau pe hoa pili kaua haau pulu pe I hoi kala au la au kupu malama kalamaku e ulua e nei ka malu kukui ka iwi ula lilo a paai hali I ka moe na alolua halali kua hele mai ka ʻāina wahine noho makaloa eia ka ai Eia ka ia, eia ka hale no oukou ka hale haku mauana ka lei ohu pukui. Aloha ia nā li'i a mamaulo, alolo a ka punai ulukou ka moana. Aloha mai ka hale a e mai.
Welcome to all of you to our first inaugural Ka Makou Kōnane tournament. We're going to have our players go to the Makai and Mauka side, and we'll be interviewing them real quick so you can get to know our players for this evening. We're going to have Oʻahu and Molokaʻi on this side. We'll have Kauaʻi and Hawaiʻi Island on the other side. And joining me this evening, I am Mailena Ehu. Joining me this evening as an MC is Ka Hoʻokahi Kanuha.
Aloha nui kākou, aloha.
Aloha, e kākuhi hewa. Pehea olua. How are you guys feeling tonight?
Mai ka'i loa. Mai ka'i.
So we have Kahekili Young, and we also have Kapena Baptista, and we're going to be just learning a little bit about our players tonight so we can connect and build some pilina with them. So Kapena, tell me a little bit about what sparked your interest in Kōnane and what brings you here tonight?
Well, I've always seen Kōnane kind of out, but never really saw it really visible. And one of the things that I really wanted to do when I play is connect with other players. And in the organizing of this tournament, I feel like we've done a lot of that, connecting with players across the whole ʻāina, and it's just filled my heart with so much joy. So, mahalo.
And I have to add a really cool fact. Kapena is actually, he was the spark. He was the one that said, what if we could bring these papamū kupuna out from the archives that have never been seen and actually play on them. And so this was a dream of Kapena. So mahalo, Kapena. Mahalo. And we have Kahekili. Kahekili, I want to hear a little bit about what brought you here tonight and who you bring with you and what dreams you bring with you tonight.
Well, I'm here because I love Kōnane, but I'm bringing my papa here with me from Kiakaha. So I want to acknowledge him. His name is Alan. So yeah, thank you.
And I want to add that Kahekili helped to plant the seed for the name of our tournament, and we'll be explaining that in just a little bit. So mahalo, mahalo for sharing that with me. I'm going to interview Molokaʻi. Where's our Molokaʻi players? There you guys stay. Hele mai. So we have Kenny Adachi, and we have Kapua Vehiva Puaʻaka Hoʻokano. Kenny, tell me a little bit of something about yourself and what brought you here tonight and what kind of practice you've been putting into this.
Aloha kākou, o Kenny ko inoa. Family man, happily married, 5 kids. Kōnane has always been a part of us, but it's been a while since we've actually played, a good 30 plus years. But now that Kōnane is growing and becoming a bigger part of coming back into our culture more often. So we have a store at Molokaʻi. We started setting up our Papa Kōnane in front of our store for anybody to come out and play. And it's been pretty good. We've been having a lot of people come out and use our papas and just be able to reconnect with Kōnane and reconnect with our kupuna.
Mahalo, and he mentioned his store. So Kenny is the owner of Native Built, spelled N, number 8, like Evalu, with a V, and Built. So if you ever stay in Kaunakakai town, you want to go visit Native Built, a locally owned store. So mahalo e ko Molokaʻi. And I'm going to move over here to talk to Kapua Vehiva Puaʻaka Hoʻokano, our youngest competitor here. She is 14 years old. And she rightfully earned her spot. So I would like to ask you a little bit about what brings you here and who you bring with you and why you love Kōnane so much.
Aloha ova o Kapua Vehiva Puaka Okano. Today I bring my ohana, my kupuna, and my island with me to represent who we are and represent our akamai and what we're capable of doing. And I didn't really find interest in Kōnane before, but in 5th grade for Makahiki, our PE teacher had us training for Makahiki, and so then we was practicing for Kōnane, and then after playing, I just didn't want to stop, and I really loved it. And so for my 5th and 6th grade year in Kuala Pu'u, I played Kōnane and Makahiki and was able to go and be the champ for the 2 years. And then after that, I just always loved Kōnane. But with middle school, we never got to really play, so I haven't played since. But when I went to the tournament at Molokaʻi and I played, I just got back into it, and then yeah, mahalo.
Yeah, and she took all the uncles down. Mahalo for sharing a little bit about who you are, and have a wonderful night today, and good luck to both of you. Mahalo. Ka hoʻokahi, I'm going to send it over to you.
Oia, mahalo nui, aloha nui kākou. No'u ke kule ana hano ka ho'olauna ana, i nā moho, e ku ana no ko Hawaiʻi nui kuauli, moku o Keawe, pēlā pū, nā kama o kamawai lua lani moku, ka moku ka ilila o Kauaʻi, ho'omaka ana me nā moho o ka moku makahi apo o nā moku a pau, ku'u ane hānau hoi. Jonathan J. we have here, representing Hawaii Island. How long have you been playing Kōnane, and maybe what got you started in it?
I've been playing Kōnane for maybe 5 or 6 years. And I first heard about Kōnane when I was up on Mauna Kea, because I wanted to know what was the strategy they're going to use to defeat the TMT. And one of the organizers there, Andre Perez, he told me, "Oh, no worries, bro. We're going to use Kōnane strategy." And that's the first time I ever heard of it. It pricked up my ears. I go, "Oh, I got to find out about what is Kōnane." So time come by, and I made my own papamū and played by myself for a little bit until I bumped into Uncle John Kaʻūpūlehu on Kauaʻi, and he really inspired me to become even better at Kōnane.
Okay, what was the preparation like for this?
Well, we've been playing Kōnane for the last couple of weeks, Thursday nights. Anybody who wants to come in if you're in Hilo on Thursday nights from 5:30 to down to Island Nation right on Bayfront. Kōnane with you.
Oh yeah, mahalo nui. Ea mai ke kahi moho, oia o Iuna Inoe, ea, no Hawaiʻi moku puni ke kahi, no leila pehea makaukau, pehea ka lo'ihi ko ho'o makaukau ana, ka wāpā ia oi ke ia ano Kōnane ana.
Mahalo nei ka ho'olauna ana. Aloha mai kākou o wano o Iuna. Ai makaukau I ka umana'o ano ha'alulu I kea manawa aka ai makaukau no e pa'ani ana pa'ani ke Kōnane I ke ahi. O ka pa'ani o ka pa'ani ana I ke Kōnane. A'ole au I pa'ani I ke Kōnane no ka walo ihi. Ino na no Iapana mai au a laila loa ia mako mea anolike, ka pa'ani anolike, e like me ka pa'ani Kōnane no laila ua pa'ani au ia pa'ani me ko'u papa I ko'u wali ili'i no laila I ko'u mana o ia ka wai ho'omaka I pa'ani I ka mea anolike.
Mahalo nui a olua, ho'omaika'i nui a olua, ke ku ana I ke ia kulana. Ho'omaika'i a laki maika'i ke ahi, ea, oia. E ko Kauaʻi, ne e mai. Aloha, we got Kimo-chan, Kimo-chan from Kauaʻi. So same question to you, how long you been playing, and maybe how did you learn, who taught you?
Yeah, mahalo. I've been playing for about 3 years now, consistently. But my first introduction to Kōnane was in 4th grade. Our kupuna program would bring, ku'iai and Kōnane, and we would play, but I wouldn't really understand the rules of Kōnane. And so I would say a couple of years ago, Uncle John's Kauaʻi came and visited our program, a little bit about Kōnane. And I was really intrigued with being in the space and playing Kōnane, and then realizing that in that opportunity, I was finding the brilliance of our kupuna through that practice. And so I think there's so many of our practice can look into to understand the brilliance of our kupuna. And so I've been an educator for 20 years now. I love bringing Kōnane to different places, into schools, talking with teachers. We have a papamū podcast that we put out. So there's different content out there. My main goal is just to be here today to play Kōnane, but it's a bigger mission to understand the papamū and to really just more of our community playing Kōnane. For me, that's the biggest goal in being here today. So mahalo nui for all the opportunity for organizing this. We appreciate all the kako and koko mahalo.
Speaking of the brains of our kupuna, anybody you get on your mind tonight as you go ahead and try to win this tournament?
Well, I gotta lean Kaʻililau Kekoa. And, you know, the brilliance of Kaʻililau Kekoa. Actually wearing one shirt today that's called Na'ili o Ka'awea. And it's talking about the wahipana of Kōnane on Kauaʻi, on the Kalepa Ridge, kind of close to the Wailua. If you look, there's a pool there that talks about Kōnane. So I bring in Kaʻililau Kekoa tonight.
Mahalo, bro. And mahalo for being patient with the little small kind of technical difficulties on this microphone. We got one more to interview. Billy Kinney, again from Kauaʻi. Same question to you. How long you been playing? Who taught you? Maybe what was the preparation process tournament?
Hi, aloha. Same with Kimo. Introduced at a young age, elementary school, 3rd, 4th grade with kupuna, but never took it seriously really until maybe the last couple of years. Picked it up again, but really now really applying the Kōnane that I've been playing. Kōnane I've been doing in real life with my professional life, really understanding what it means to persist in life, to how we all say like Kōnane is about leadership, about resource management, about strategy. But at the end of the day, I always think that Kōnane is about persistence and how do we make ourselves and our communities perpetual and put us into a position where we're always going to be around. We always get moves, you know. And so, and then not even up until maybe a month or couple months ago, then I started playing with Uncle John and Kimo and everybody getting in the repetitions of really getting on the papamū and taking this seriously and practicing, preparing.
Any kupuna, anybody you thinking about tonight as you go through this?
Well, all of the kupuna and all of the places that have taught me Kōnane, the mo'olelo, and all of the struggles and the lessons that people in place teach about the Kōnane. Yeah.
Mahalo, bro. Mahalo nui. Oh. Mahalo. We got a new microphone. No leila. Ho mai kai ia olua ke ku ana I ke ia kulana. Ho mai kai na moho a pau. Maile ho ia oi ho no ia ke ia mau kanaka.
So we're going to have our players slowly make their way to their pakokau, their tables. But we won't be beginning just yet. We just wanted to share a little bit about Ka Makou Kōnane and what we were inspired by to give it its name. And so really the seed was planted by Kahikili Young, which is one of our players for Oʻahu. And he shared that he was reading some David Mahalo and he came across this term, Ka Makou. And now when we talk about Makou, we're used to seeing that kahako over the a and it meaning us or we. But in this sense, Makou without the kahako refers to a kukui lamp that instead of the kukui helepo, which only has one ni'au or a coconut rib, this one has 3. And so it had the ability to illuminate even more. But poetically, it has a deeper meaning and it refers to these keepers of stories that would follow lineages of ali'i, and oftentimes over 3 lineages of ali'i, and they would hold these stories, they would hold the ike, just like the kukui, the Makou, or this kukui lamp. So I just thought that was so beautiful, so that really inspired it. And when we broke down the mana'o even more, because they said, Maile, can you have any ideas of how we can name this? So I took the Ka Makou and I said, what if we put Ka Makou and Kōnane together? So it translates to the bright, shining kukui lamp. If you look at the logo, it actually reflects the board's design, being a 12 by 15, and that's the papamū kupuna that we saw come in here that I'll be sharing about a little bit of history about in just a little bit. But the 3 kukui leaves on top of the design represent the mako that I just explained to you. And so we see this passing of knowledge over 3 generations, and it really reminded me of this saying that I heard many years ago, and I believe it was from Kihei Nahalea, and he said, one generation's knowledge becomes the next generation's wisdom, which in turn becomes the next generation's being. And I thought that was so beautiful. And so this idea of Mako passing over 3 generations really reminded me of that. And this resurgence of Kōnane that we're seeing, how beautiful. And we don't want that to ever end again. And I think just having this papamū in our presence is an attest, can attest to that. So I wanted to share a little bit about the history behind this papamū Kōnane. It comes from the Kaʻūpūlehu Cultural Collection, as in Queen Kaʻūpūlehu, and it was given to the museum in 1823. I call my way before then. 1923, Mahalo. Mixing up my centuries. That's, you can tell my age, yeah? 1923. So it was given to the museum by Princess Elizabeth Kahanu, which was the wife of Prince Kuhio. And he was a favorite. He was a punahele of Queen Kaʻūpūlehu. And it was donated to the museum. And it has not been out in public until today. So just to witness that beautiful oli and the pule, to bring it in and to place it in its rightful place in front of Lono Makua during this ending of the makahiki season. And so our 2 winners, our 2 finalists, Kalamai, will play it on this board. And the winner will get a replica of this board that was made by Wallace Akau. So we are really excited for this evening. I also wanted to touch on a little bit of how the evening will flow. So we will start out with Kapaimua, which is about to happen, and that's the first round where we have all 8 players in 4 matches. After that, once all of the matches are done, our eliminated players will move outside to be interviewed. So we will have 2 things going on. We have a lot of outside activities. You can play Kōnane out there, drink ava out there. It's a little bit more noa and a free space, whereas it's a tiny bit more kapu in here. So our eliminated players will move outside and they'll be interviewed by John Kaʻūpūlehu as well as Carlos Navarro. And they'll be leading those interviews, and they will also be commentating. And we're talking about like technical, tapping into the technicalities of what we're seeing in the game in real time. So we'll have a big screen out there. You guys can go out there. You can make as much noise as you want, and you can listen to them commentate all the different moves as they're happening, and then listen to the interviews as well. After that, we will move into our Kapai Lua, which is the second round, and we'll have 4 players then, which means we'll move down to 2 matches, and we will follow the same pattern. And then the final 2 will play on the board right here in the middle, and we're going to ask that the space become mu, hence the name papamū. It will be played more in silence, respecting the kapu of the board. And we will end the evening with a beautiful ceremony to honor our second place and our first place, our Mealana Kila. So we're going to have our players move into their spaces now, and we'll get ready for Kapai Mua. Mahalo. And then the kahunana will reveal what color ili ili is in their hand. The person who chooses the ili ili ele, or the black ili ili, will always begin the game. I wanted to go back to sharing a little bit about the name of our tournament, Ka Makou Kōnane. Kōnane, the word itself, actually means to shine brightly. It doesn't just mean the game that we're playing tonight. It means to shine brightly. It also means moonlight. And so we just thought it was really fitting when we talk about that idea of mako, or the kukui lamp, and to illuminate. And it really is we like to call them the best of Kōnane players, cerebral assassins. They're extremely good strategists. So we have some of the best with us tonight. If we break down the name even more, and we dissect the name in different parts of it, we can look at Ka Makou with a kahako over the a, both a, to mean our. So if we say Ka Makou Kōnane and pronounce it a little bit different, it actually means our Kōnane that we get to partake in together. Another really cool thing that I found is when we dissect the word and break it down to kama, and then ko, and then Kōnane. Kama means child. Ko is a famous area right here in Honolulu that was known to be a gathering place where people played Kōnane. And so Ka Makou Kōnane is really translated into a child that likes to play Kōnane in this area of Ko in Honolulu. So it's quite fitting, quite fitting. We're going to be sharing some mo'olelo in these first two rounds because we have a little bit more of a noa space. So we'll be sharing some mo'olelo about Kōnane. Kaho'okahi, do you have any mana'o or mo'olelo about Kōnane that you want to share?
Ai, mahalo maile. Ike na kākou, I ke kaulana ana o ke Kōnane, mana mo'olelo kahiko o ko kākou mau kupuna. Ela ahoi mana mo'olelo o lono I ka makahiki me kāku I hewa. Ike iana no mana ka mo'olelo au ke le nui I ku. Nui na ali'i kaulana o ka wā kahiko I ke Kōnane ana. Ano leila o ke kahi o ke mau, ke kahi o ka ike e waiho ana I loko o ke mau mo'olelo, a ale ia he mau mo'olelo no na kupuna wale no, he vai loa no ke ana. Aka e ike puana kākou I na hualeki kona, e ola hauai ke ia hanana, a ale ma Hawaiʻi wale no, aka ma Hawaiʻi a maka olelo Hawaiʻi ke kahi. E ano leila ike na kākou, o ke kahi mea e ike iana no ma ke ia mau papamū, ke ia mau papa Kōnane hoi, e ike iana no ma na mo'olelo kahiko, a ale kaulike, e na kaha, o ke la me ke ia au o ka papa. E ike na kākou, o na kaha ma ka loa, he kaulike paha, a leila o na kaha ma ka laula, he pā ewa paha. O ka mea laha loa ke ia maula, o ia hoi ka mea e walu maka e walu, umi maka umi. A ka ike na kākou a kahi no wau e helu I na kaha ma ke kahi papa, he e walu kaha ka loa, a leila he umi kuma kahi kaha ka laula. E he ano ku e paha ke la I ka mea, o ka mea o ke ia la, o ia paha ka mea ku e nei I ka mea kahiko, ka mea e ho'okumu hou ia nei I ke ia wā, ma ke ia ho'okuku Kōnane. No leila, nui na haawina I loko o na mo'olelo kahiko, ma ka ike no ke Kōnane ana, ka ike o lelo ke kahi no ke Kōnane ana.
Mahalo, Kaho'okahi. And so he was touching on a little bit about the dimensions of the board that we see here. So in this first round, our players are playing on an 8 by 11. And so you will notice there's an even side and an odd side. And when we look at these papamū kupuna or older boards, you will never find one that is even. They are always even, odd, which allows the board to have a true piko or a true center. It also allows the board to have a makai and a mauka side. And when I say that, I mean that one side will have ele or the black ili on the corners of one side, and that is the mauka side. And then we have the other side of the board, which will have both corners being ili kea, which is the white ili, and that is the makai side. So traditionally, we would also use pohaku, or like these tiny little stones for the mauka, the black, the ili ele. And of course, you know, those rocks would come from the ʻāina, so rightfully so, referring to the mauka, the mountain side. The ili kea, or the white ili, were usually bits of coral. And so, again, being, you know, the perfect description to be the makai side, because that's where we find our koa, our coral, in the kai. Mahalo ka hoʻakahi. He also mentioned a little bit about a mo'olelo, and he said the name Kaikilani. I love that mo'olelo. So there's many different versions, but I just wanted to share a version that I'm familiar with. And you'll find a lot of different versions, especially in the new pepo, which is ka hoʻakahi's specialty. But I'm going to share this version that I am familiar with.
Favorite.
Yeah.
Maybe not specialty, favorite.
You're pretty good at it, ka hoʻakahi. Waiaulu, check them out. They're doing some incredible work. Kaikilani was an ali'i from the island of Hawaiʻi Island, and she was a wahine of Lonoi ka Makahiki. So when we hear about Lonoi ka Makahiki, we associate it with Makahiki season. And he was a great ali'i, and the Kumulipo, the creation chant that we're very familiar with, it was actually written to honor his birth. And he comes from that Keawe bloodline. And so he fell in love with Kaikilani, and it said that he would often be away doing his ali'i type of duties. And Kaikilani, longing for the affection and the love of her kane, sought the love of another. And Lonoi Ika Makahiki did not know about this. But he came back and he said, "Oh, Kaikilani, you know, I know I'm never around, and I think that we should take a nice trip to Molokaʻi, where I call home." And so they jumped on the va'a, they went to Molokaʻi, specifically Kalaupapa, or the Makanalua area of Molokaʻi, and there they played a match of Kōnane. And so there's different versions, but it said that her lover had followed close behind, and a voice was heard up on the hillside, and he began to say things about Kaikilani that only Lonoi ka Makahiki would know. And Lonoi ka Makahiki suspiciously thought, "Where's that voice coming from? Who is that?" Up on the mountainside, saying, "Oh, Kaikilani, your hair smells so good and it's so soft," and those types of things, you know. And so conjuring up all this jealousy within Lonoi ka Makahiki. And the game played on. And some versions actually talk about the different plays that were happening in this game. There were names for these different moves, and a little bit off track, but I think it's kind of cool that some of the names for these moves refer to Molokaʻi references. So Molokaʻi is very famous for playing Kōnane, and many other places throughout Hawaii. And so Lonoi ka Makahiki became enraged as this voice came closer and continued to, you know, throw banter at him. And so some stories say that he picked up the ili and he flew it at her, at Kaikilani, out of anger. Some stories say that he picked up the papamū and he hit her with it. And some stories even refer to him actually taking the life of Kaikilani. And so I find it really interesting, and I think Ka Hoʻakahi can probably talk more to this about different versions that we can find in Nupepa and what can be learned from that. But it said that he went to Oʻahu soon after, and when he came to Oʻahu, he went to this area called Ka'ohao. Ka'ohao, today we call it Lanikai, and the real name is Ka'ohao. And so a really interesting story happened there as well. And Lonoi ka Makahiki, he liked to, you know, get together with Kakuhihewa, which was the ali'i of Hawaiʻi Island at the time. And this was happening around the 1500s or so. And when they got together, they would often bet each other. These two great ali'i, Lonoi ka Makahiki and Kakuhihewa, and they would make bets and wagers. They would play games or they would challenge each other to things. And in this story, Lonoika Makahiki tells one of his kahu or advisors, his name was Hauna, hey, bring my va'a, and on the va'a, bring all of my feather treasures. We're talking about the kahili, we're talking about the ahu'ula, and so forth. So Hauna loads up this va'a with all of these feather treasures. And he comes to Ka'ohao by Kailua, and he hides this va'a in a cave with all of these treasures. And Lonoika Makahiki goes to Kakuihewa and he goes, hey, I want to make a bet with you. I bet that you and your man cannot find Hauna, my kahu. He's hiding somewhere along these shorelines of Ka'ohao, but I bet you cannot find him. And Kakuihewa was like, are you serious? I have all of these people serving me. We will find your man. We will find Hauna. And so the men set out to find his advisor because Kakuihewa was not going to lose this bet. And they searched the shoreline, and meanwhile, Hauna walks along like a regular everyday kamaʻaina, maka'ainana guy. He's walking along the shoreline, and he spots two wahine, right along where the boat ramp is in this area that we call Lanikai today. And he sees them playing Kōnane, and it was a very common thing to see Kōnane boards actually carved out of these giant pohaku stones along shoreline. And so these women were playing Kōnane, and Hauna goes, I have an idea. I'm going to approach these wahine, and I'm going to ask them to challenge me to Kōnane. So he approaches them, and he's like, hey, I see you guys are really good at Kōnane. What if I challenge both of you? And if I win, I can bring you both home to be mine. If you win, I have a canoe full of feather treasures that I will give you. And the women look at each other and are like, no, he obviously doesn't know how good we are. All right, let's play. So they play their game. And Hauna does not tell them how good he is, and he wins both of them. And the women are like, oh man, what does this mean? And so he follows through what he says, or he acts as though he's going to follow through with what he said. And he ties these women together. And he brings them to this va'a full of treasures. And they're thinking, okay, he's going to load us up on the va'a. He's going to take us back to where he's from, and that's the rest of our life. But instead, he tells these two wahine, because you helped me today, and you helped my ali'i, Lonoika Makahiki, win this bet, and Kakuihewa couldn't find me because I just looked like a regular maka'ainana playing Kōnane. I'm going to gift both of you all of these feather treasures. So that I thought was such a beautiful story that kind of ties Hawaii Island to Molokaʻi and to Oʻahu.
Mahalo ke la mo'olelo no ko'u ʻāina e maile e no laila hoʻi ana wau keia ukupana ia oe no ka olelo ana oe no ka kaulana o keia hana ma Molokaʻi ke kahi ua pa'a ke kahi olelo no e au na kupuna o ia hoʻi wā olelo o kauna kakai wā olelo o kauna kakai o ia I ua kaulana o kauna kakai I ke Kōnane ana a o keia Kōnane ana he hana leʻa keia ea o ia ka olelo nā kupuna o ka mokomoko he leʻa o ke kuʻi he leʻa ea o ka uma he leʻa ka ulumaika he leʻa pela pū ke Kōnane ea he leʻa ma keia leʻa ana he ola he make paha ea ano leila po mai kai keia mau moho I keia po o iai he kumupili nui e mea pili aku ai aka he kumupili e loa mai ai ma ka lana kila ana ea aka o ia ka loina o ka poe kahiko ma ka wā kahiko ea he kumupili ma leila ka leʻa ea pehea he kāne he wahine paha e Kōnane ana leʻa ana leʻa ke Kōnane oi aku ka leʻa ke pau ke Kōnane ana ea no leila pela nā kupuna o kākou ea he mahele ke ia o ko kākou moʻolelo ea o ia paha ke kumu e huakaʻi nui aku ai ka poʻe I Las Vegas ke ia mau lā ea he ike kupuna paha ma ke kahi ano aka o ia ka olelo kaulana o kauna kakai e pili ana I ke Kōnane wā olelo o kauna kakai leʻa haia mū nui ana ka poʻe ea, a liki me kākou ma nei nei, haiamu ana ka poe, nāna ana, a lea ana ka poe Kōnane, a pēlā pū kia naina, ka poe nāna, ea wā o lelo ana lākou, no ka pi hoi hoi, ka hau oli, ka eha paha o ka naau, i ke eo ana o ke kahi, ke eo ana paha o ke kahi, a hai, a heha la. Ano leila, mai ka iloa ke ia ki iho ana o kākou, i ke ia mau hana, a po mai ka iho i ka pono ole e pili aku i ke kahi mea a loa hoi, ka pili lana kila e a ke eo ke kanaka.
Mahalo o ka hoʻokahi. Yeah, Kōnane can be a pretty romantic game. I love that. Oia ka leʻa no. So if we look at what's happening here on the screen, we have Kapua Vehiva Pua'a ka Ho'okano from Molokaʻi, and she is the Ili Kea, and you'll see their names right next to the board. And they are color-coded according to the island colors. And we also have Kimo-chan, who is her opponent, and he is the Ili Ele, with that poni representing Kauaʻi. So we have Molokaʻi and Kauaʻi in that match. The next match, we have Jonathan J. from Hawaii, which is Ili Kea, and that red name tag to represent Hawaii Island. And then we have Kahikili Young from Oʻahu, being the Ili Ele.
Ma mua ka holomua ana I ke kahi pāani, ka poe nāna ana. I ke kākou I ke ia ili ma nei, ma ke ia kaha. Ke nāna kākou I ke la ili. Ma leila paha ke kūpono o ka hoʻopuka ana I ke la olelo kaulana o nā kupuna o ia hoi, moe kā wā. Moe kā wā ke ia ili nei, ea a'ahe uhau ana, a'ahe hahau ana, a'ahe ili kea e makia maula e lele aku ai, ea ano leila oia ke kahi o nā hua leki kona, ke kahi o nā olelo kaulana I ke ia mana mo olelo, ea ke ia ili ele, ma ke kahi ano, I ke ia manawa ano ua pau kona pono, ea moe kā wā ka ili ele.
Molokaʻi, so he's referring to the match where you see Jonathan J. and Kahikili Young. And if you see that one, that Ili Ele, which is the black Ili, that's all alone and there's no other Ili next to it, there's an ancient term that calls that moi. So that Ili is asleep. There's nobody that can jump it. There's nobody that can lele. And it can no longer be put into play. Below, we have two more matches on the screen. We have Billy Kinney from Kauaʻi, and he is the Ili Ele, and you'll see his name tag is the purple one representing Kauaʻi. And we also have Yuna Inoue, and she is representing Hawaii Island and playing Ili Kea. And the last match in the corner, we have Kenny Adachi from Molokaʻi, and he is Ili Kea, and we have Kapena Baptista with that Mele name tag there, and he is Ili Ele. Ka hoʻokahi, what are more terms that you found when you were researching that were used for Kōnane?
Kahi o ka mea laha loa paha, no'o ana kākou ma ka haole, oh, what's your move? What's your move? Ke la ano, ka move, ka lele ana, ke ia maula. Lohe ana wau I ka pa'i ana o ka lima ma ke kahi au. Ua eo paha ke kahi? Ka'a ke eo ya kahekili. Ku ka ehu ana wa ali'i ka hana kahekili. Ho mai kai a oi. Ano leila, I nā pēlā, ma keia papa, ua pau ka papamū. Ua pau ka papamū. Ka'a ke eo ya kahekili. Ua eo o Jonathan ya kahekili. Oia ke kahi, hua o lelo o eo. He win paha, he lose paha. Ai ki ano ka ho'ohana ana. Aka, no ka move, ho iho ana I ke la mana'o, no ka move. Nui na o lelo like ole, he hahau paha, he hauna paha, he uhau paha, he ku'i paha. No leila pehea la ka o ko'a a like paha o keia mau hua o lelo, a ale ia ko'u wahi a ka mai loa. Aka ke nana kako ina mo'olelo o ke Kōnane, mana mo'olelo like ole. Oia ka kako e ike ana no ka move ana I ka ili. Ea he uhau, he hahau, he hauna, he kui. Malia he mau hua olelo ea e halaloa ne iau I ke ia manawa. Aka oia ke kahi o na hua olelo ike ia no ke ia hana kiko I o ka move ana.
Mai kaʻi mahalo. So that first match is po. It's finished. It just finished. And we had Kahekili coming out the victor. Jonathan J. was eliminated. So he will be interviewed after this kapaimua, this round. As I mentioned, our eliminated players will move outside after everyone is done playing and they'll be interviewed. Congratulations, Kahekili. Again, if you love to play Kōnane, we have a lot of cool stuff happening outside. You can go play some Kōnane. Our eliminated players will also be out there getting interviews, but they'll be making their rounds as well, and you can talk stories with them, ask them how the match went. You can even get some tips from them. We're talking about the top 8 here. So these guys have some skills. They know Kōnane quite well. We have Kimo-chan and Kapua Vehiva still playing their match here. If you haven't seen it yet, there's a website called Kōnane.net. We just recently discovered it as we were planning this tournament. And it's pretty cool. I mean, you can play Kōnane, you can create the dimensions of your board. So our players tonight knew that their first round would be on an 8x11. So they a few of them went to Kōnane.net. They created their own virtual boards, 8x11, to practice for this first match. You can also call your friend up and say, hey, you want to jump on Kōnane.net right now and have a match with me from across the planet? You can do that too. So that's a really neat source.
Ke kai mea hoi ka ike ana I ke kaulike o na papa apau he o makanana ana ma ke ia ki'i he umikumakahi kaha ka loa ma ke ia ki'i a leila e walu ma ka laula aka hiki ke ike I ka haka nui o ke kahi papa a leila ke kahi papa ua pa'a nui ina ili like ole no leila o ko'a paha e a keia mau ka'akalei Kōnane o keia mau kanaka I keia ahiahi po mai ka'i kākou ka ike ana I ke ka'akalei puka lana kila.
Another term that I just learned tonight is kaha. So kaha refers to the spaces where the ili are placed. As I was referring to earlier, when you have an odd even board, you have a true piko. So if you look at the board, you can find a true center in the middle of it. If you have an even, you cannot have a true piko. Kapena actually mentioned to me a while back that they simulated what would happen on an even board. And it always favored one side over the other. So we like to think that the even odd is a little bit more of a fair game. Some players favor being ili ele, some favor being the kea, and the rule of Kōnane is that the ili ele or the black ili will always begin. So that could be an advantage or a disadvantage. It really is perspective or what kind of a player you are.
absolutely. They shifted from the in game to the shifting into the end game. Yeah. So how do you think, Carlos? How do you think Kapena's board looking right now?
I would be feeling very comfortable as Kapena if we're able to focus on that game actually briefly and highlight that. You can see that Kapena has the whole top row at his disposal. You see the top right corner? Black has the initiative there. Black decides when moves start to happen there. And nothing's going to happen until Black decides to move. So Black's feeling quite comfortable. Looking at the game that just held between Jonathan and Kahikiri, he did the same, right? You see at the very top left corner, there's only Black can move. And once that piece moves, that whole top row becomes Black's and gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves. Kahikiri won pretty. He must feel pretty good right now.
So one of the things that I like about this game is that the Ili they all have the same values to them. And so if you can, like Carlos was saying, if you can control like a whole quarter like that, it's not like black and white. I mean, it all becomes that players. They all come their pieces out. And so as we can take a look at the Kapena Kenny game, you see the whole top row, the 3 rows up there. That's a pretty strong position for Black jumping over White. Here's White jumping over Black.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, he's too fast. He's too fast. Cannot commentate. Every move that Black has, or that White has here, Black has a response. If White wants to move here, Black has a response here. Something else to point out real quick is that Kōnane is a game of pattern making, and you want to be the one controlling the patterns that are being formed. If your piece is wedged in between 2 of your opponents, you have control of when you make a move here. Oh, he made the move, and immediately, he's going to make that move. The game's Pau, actually. Wow. Each of these moves, White had no opportunity here to make a move because he's continuously blocking themselves. Kapena is very good at making these patterns, and it's very frustrating to play against because of that. No, so that's... There probably is the thing. And the more folks go through the archives and the records and try to look at the mo'olelo surrounding this game, there's so much that we heard already our MCs inside share. And there's, a small sense of loss of, surely these had names, yeah? You think of chess and you think of the Queen's Gambit and the French, opening, yeah? Surely that they had similar names, but us being here and us trying to bring Kōnane onto the stage and onto this platform to elevate it gives us a chance, yeah, as a community to begin to give these names and kind of revitalize them and bring a new type of life back into it for the community. And Uncle John is one of those voices. We're very fortunate to have Uncle John.
I didn't. Yeah, the dream is to kind of scratch the surface, right? I mean, the goal is to start making moves on the papamū, right? And every generation that learns how to play this game opens up more opportunity for the next generation. There's so much we don't know about this game. I mean, so much. But I always say that the secret to this game is hidden in the game itself. More and more people gotta play it. And as more and more people start playing, then different thoughts, people thinking differently will start coming up with better ideas. And so I think that's the key. And so this is a good start because, you can be a good Kōnane player, but you can struggle in a Kōnane tournament because when the competition gets on the table, then all of a sudden some can handle the pressure, some cannot. And so that's why tournaments are really good because they force you to play under pressure and up your game. So the key is, as much as possible, more Hawaiians need to learn how to play. In my book that I wrote, the Black Book of Kauaʻi, I'm not trying to plug, but they're selling them in the store now. Right? Go buy and run back over here. I sign them for you. I get 2 pens, black or blue, whatever you like. But anyway, in that book I have a saying, and the saying says, I have a lot of sayings, but It's one of my favorites. It's called Our Next Great Hawaiian Leader is Going to Be a Kōnane Player. And because that thought process of Kōnane is different from the thought process that we have now. One of the things that I say a lot is like the difference between checkers and Kōnane. Yeah? Checkers is a very aggressive game. It's about consumption. It's about consuming your opponent's piece as fast as you can. You know? It's a form of capitalism. Just make my profit now. I don't care about everybody else. Kōnane is the Hawaiian way of thinking. You have consumption, but you have to manage that consumption for long-term sustainability. So when we got a chance to see Kapena, like Carlos was saying, he had his moves all set up. Whatever Kenny did, he had the counter for that. Yeah? So he was managing not only his resources on the papamū, but he was also managing Kenny's moves by preparing himself for that. Tell us some more about Kapena's playing style.
Oh, yeah. He's very good at identifying and capitalizing on mistakes. There is a lot of making the right move at the right time. And the order at which you open those patterns, those structures that I pointed out earlier, can make the difference between winning and losing. It gives your opponents a lot more opportunities if you break these structures wrong, if you're not careful and thoughtful in which one you move when. And is very good, very talented at identifying that right order. If we can take a peek back at the Billy and Yuna game, there's a lot of tension there. It's, I'm not sure who it is to move, but if we look at the top row, right, we see that white has control of this top row. White can move this piece here. White can move this piece here. White can move this piece here. Black has no control over here. White could move this piece back over. White could move this piece back over. But Billy is not out of the game because Billy has control over here. Black can make the move here, and control the left side. So there is still a lot of game to be played here.
My camera's not
How
hot.
do you feel about
Okay.
Billy's
Well,
position?
I agree. Let's commentate the other game because I think that one is coming up to an end, right? And so, yeah, there's a few pieces left. And, Kōnane doesn't
We're
always
not
get
good to
down
my
to
camera
the
anyway.
last,
I'm just adjusting
the
my
last
camera.
player, yeah. Doesn't always happen that way.
Yeah, here we are looking at what moves we have for white. I see 1, 2. White can move this piece either up or down. White can move this piece up or down. I would not want to move this piece if I was white, because moving this piece over, black has an immediate response to be able to take that. And over here, oh my gosh, which piece would you, oh, okay, moves away. And now if I was black,
Yeah, so I would. Go ahead.
no,
That's what I would do right there.
Yep, and
Force.
no matter which way,
Yeah,
no matter
force
which
them.
way, white has a response. The game is POW. It's about to be POW.
Yeah, so white has a double, but white has to move now.
Yeah, no matter which direction white moves, black has a response.
Now, if you're sneaky, you take one move and hope that your opponent not paying attention.
Yep.
You hope that your opponent already drinking the champagne and you only do one.
Already got
And then, because this is it, he's going to take the 2 and then that's it.
Wow.
But sometimes, if your opponent is, like I say, sipping on the champagne already and, celebrating, and you throw the fake, and then you leave that one, they might not be paying attention. And when they do the jump, you got them back, yeah.
Amazing.
It's a 1,000,000 to 1 shot, but it's a 1,000,000 to 1 shot, So. Okay, that was a good match.
Wow, yeah.
Look, there's not that many ili left on the board, so that's a really that was a really good match.
Yeah, you
and so
compared-
this one here, the Yuna and Billy, they got a lot of game left, They got a lot of game left. But let's take a look. A lot of times when I analyze, so Billy just made that move. So we talked about the moi, right? Sleeping over there in the corner. So that piece is probably right there, sleeping in the corner, yeah? And so let's take a look. She took the double. So she's white over black.
Yeah, now white's turn.
So that top line, she kind of owns that whole top line.
Yeah, if I was white,
yeah, let's see.
I would just pick over there. Because we see black is pretty locked up. We don't want to give black moves when we move our piece. Being able to minimize the options your opponent has is key.
So I think for Billy, if he starts moving that line that's the far left side, that might be his only chance right now, because Yuna does have a pretty good control over. So if I was in her position, I would start that bottom corner and start what I call a choo-choo train, and just try choo-choo all the way down that line.
Yeah, I think Billy has been saving it, and now it's time.
It's time. Right now, Yuna has the advantage, but I think she has. If you look at that top line, she owns that top line. See, now Billy's going to run that choo-choo train, and hopefully, things going to happen. But everything else on the board, she kind of owns it. So she can really take her time in, like at this second line at the bottom, she could easily, all of her jumps are going to be safe. Yeah.
Yeah, and we see right there, Yuna wedges her piece in between two of Billy's pieces. And
then on the second line, she has that same opportunity.
Yeah, so even though Billy does have the train, Billy can continue to make moves here. Yuna can just move her white piece over, and now she's wedged in between here again, creating these patterns that is just horrible to see if you're the black player.
Let's see if she does that. Because on that second line, she has both sides, this one and that other one.
Yeah, and this is an interesting thing, too. You get to decide where the battle takes place. Yuna's fighting a battle elsewhere on the board. Billy continues to ride the train. Yuna finally makes the move.
So now at this point, the train is not going to work for Billy. Billy's move would be hard to say, but I would jump into the train, chop myself up, but I might be able to open up other opportunities because Billy is in a tight spot.
Yeah, if I was...
Yuna owns all the real estate around except for those three lines up there.
Yeah, agreed. I think Yuna should start to move her pieces at the top because that train is can run both ways. If Yuna starts moving her white pieces to the right, it can start to eat into the moves available for Billy.
Ooh.
Ooh, yeah, that's quite intense because now she's broken this pattern and now black has more moves, more opportunities here to make a decision. That's quite intense.
That might have been a mistake on her part. Take a photo of that. That might be something that
action replay.
She had him, but she had her hands around his neck, and he got slippery all of a sudden. She made the.
Oh, my heart is racing. It's just stones on a board, but there is a battle taking place.
So in that corner piece, right, Billy has a move in the corner. It's hard to see with the board shrunk it down like this, but instead of taking the double, would you take a single or would you take the double in the top corner?
How's Billy? Oh. Oh. Yuna saw that that's a move. Sorry. Yuna saw that that's a move that Billy has and decided to take it away from him instead.
Now, if I was Billy, I would take the single. I would take the single in the top left because if Yuna responds, I would move the piece next to it, and I would have a free move right there waiting for me.
Correct. Because Kōnane is about, I always say there's like 3 different layers of Kōnane. What you see is the bottom layer. That's the papamū. That's the action on the papamū. But there are 2, what I call invisible layers that hover above the papamū. One of them is moves. Yeah? If Billy just jumps 1, if Billy jumps 2, he's using 1 move with 2 motions, right? 1 move with 2 motions. So he's consuming 2 pieces that he doesn't have to. If he just takes 1 and Luna does not respond, then he's got another one because he's going to jump the one on the top into that corner space, and then he's got her back. If she doesn't move, he's got a free move, right? And so sometimes in this part of the game, you almost got to like buy moves. Okay, so Billy jumped in. So Billy kind of trapped himself there in the corner.
Yeah, that move.
That was a bad move for him.
I wouldn't have made it because now either of these pieces that Black wants to move so bad will give Yuna a free move because we're going to create that pattern of your pieces blocking yourselves here.
So pressure, there's a lot of difference between pressure, right? I mean, both of these guys cracking under pressure. This is a long game also, so.
No, these are the top 2 of each of their islands.
Yeah.
We are seeing high-level Kōnane play, and it's very fortunate to be here at the Bishop Museum, to have this space.
See, now Luna, she's going to run that train, and now it's too late for Billy because he took it away. He would have, if he just jumped 1, then he would have had the move to jump over, and then he would have been able to secure. But she still has a lot of pieces along the way.
Yeah, we get the easy job. We get to just point in.
We get the Monday quarterback over here.
We don't have the pressure.
Easy for talk, yeah.
Black to move. Billy's move?
I think Billy just moved.
Yuna's move. Oh, mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then.
Yep. There's 2 moves for Billy, but they take us to the same universe.
Anybody get questions on the game? It's a good game, good match. It kind of flipped twice on this particular one.
Yeah, this is very dynamic.
Who's my favorite? Well, I come from Kauaʻi. Sorry, guys. I come from Kauaʻi, so I partially Billy. But, Yuna is, I think she's the sleeper in this group here,
Wow, amazing.
She's
amazing.
She's like a ninja the way she plays. You got to watch out. No, that's the kind of, these are the dangerous types of players, the ones you cannot really, hard to figure out. Yeah, she's quiet. She's humble, and that's the one that hurts the most because when they get you, they get you. Okay, so we're gonna head over to round 2. Looks like I don't know if I should.
Hi, congratulations to Yuna Inoue from the island of Hawaii.
No leila o ka hopena ke la o ka papamua. Ea a pehea holomua ana o Yuna. Pela pu o kahekili. Kimo-chan. A me ka pena.
A me ka pena.
No leila. Ea ke kauna hope la kou. Ia mau kanaka e ha. Ho'omaikai ho ia oe e Yuna. E kimo, e ka pena me kahekili, ke ole wau kui hewa, ho'o maha iki ana la kou, ho'i kaika hou I ka no'o me ka lolo, e ho'ea hou mai ai e uhaua I keia Pā Kōnane.
Ai, mahalo ka ho'oka'i. We have our 4 finalists to move on to our next round, ka paelua. We have Kimo-chan from Kauaʻi, Yuna Inoue from Hawaii Island, Kapena Baptista from Oʻahu, and we have Kahekili Young from Oʻahu. You can see on the screen what the next round will look like. So in our next round, Kapai Elua, we have Kimo-chan from Kauaʻi going up against Kahekili Young from Oʻahu, And our other match will be Yuna Inoue from Hawaii Island up against Kapena Baptista from Oʻahu.
Nui ke kule ana e kau ana ma luna o ko Hawaiʻi me ko Kauaʻi I ole e Oʻahu piha e a ka ho'o ka pāani I ke Kōnane moho. A ka koi aku ia.
What time? 5:30? What time is the next round?
Okay, so we finish.
Yeah, Molokaʻi. Okay, so we should be interviewing our eliminated players outside in about 10 minutes or so. And then we'll have about a half an hour of free time after that. And we will be having some interviews that happen outside. Besides our eliminated players, we also have some special guests that are joining us tonight that are going to be interviewed that have expertise in different areas that pertain to Kōnane.
Molokaʻi, and I just met you like a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I think we were on Molokaʻi doing some Kōnane, I guess, education, and Kenny came to our workshop, and so that's the first time I met Kenny. You know, Kapena, he's a tough guy.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we got the brackets, I knew I was in trouble, to be honest. But because I seen him play when Kapena came for our qualifiers, I watched him play and I heard all the stories. So, you know, I knew what I was in for, but give him my best.
Yeah, that was pretty. You know, that was pretty good. Like I say, he's a very tough competitor, and what do you think you was most impressed about his playing style?
I feel like he knew every move I was going to make, so he would counter every move as soon as I made him. Like my mind never worked that way. Like I feel like I can almost guess what you're going to do after my moves, but not immediately. So every move I made, he had on counter immediately.
Okay, so refresh. What color were you on this one?
White.
You were white? Okay. And so from the start, you think he was countering every move you made? Is that what it was, you think?
No, I mean, we got off to I feel like I got off to a decent start. I know midway through, I kind of got sloppy. I know I could see my mistake about midway through the match, and then from there on, it was me playing defense, you know, with him countering everything that I do. So I could tell what a turning point was, and I knew what I did.
So Kenny, this is your first time at the Bishop Museum, is that correct? Or you've been in before?
No, to be honest, this is the first time I ever went inside, but we've been here before because my daughter's at Kaʻūpūlehu Cultural Center, so we have our ho'olauna here. It's actually happening in 2 weeks, so we'll be back here in 2 weeks. But I've never went inside. We were always here on the lawn.
So how did it feel that you got to go inside and, you know, see all the artifacts and so on? Especially, I'm sure you was focusing mostly on the ground level, but how did it feel playing Kōnane in this place, in this historic moment?
To be honest, I never really get to walk around. I mean, that was my intention prior to everything starting, but I mean, I missed aloha with everybody, so I ended up talking story, planning new friends, and I never really moved. So, but as far as the Kōnane side, this was a pretty historic event, and super honored to be able to be a part of it. You know, being able to walk in with the introduction of the papamū kupuna, to bring it into its place. That was pretty heavy, and just super honored to have been a part of this. You know, wish the results could have been different, but still very grateful and honored to be here.
How about a round of applause for Kenny? Good job, Kenny. That's a tough competitor, tough place, and everything was good here.
A special gift from Awaho, from the Bishop Museum, and from the Mea Hawaiʻi for your participation. Thank you so much, man. This is historic. This is exciting. My heart's still racing. Mahalo. Mahalo. Aye. Yeah, I can do it. I still hear it.
Aloha nui kākou. E wau manei me Kapena Baptista. Kapena, I feel like helped is not quite strong enough of a word. A stronger word than helped. You helped, put this together. You're kind of the driving, maybe not kind of, you are the driving force of this. And so you know what's at stake with this, right? This is not just about, being a Kōnane champion and a certain status, but this is being able, having the opportunity to engage within an item of our kupuna that has a certain level of status as well. So what would it mean to you to be able to play on a board of our kupuna, papamū, Pā Kōnane of our kupuna that hasn't seen us in over 100 years?
Well, this whole tournament was really kind of an idea of mine after a collections visit here at the Bishop Museum in October 2024. I was very interested in kind of our material history for Kōnane, and I knew that the bishop was in possession of several Kōnane boards that were made of wood. I've seen plenty that are made of pohaku, and I'm sure you have too, just everywhere, right? But the ones that are made from wood were extremely rare, right? And to my knowledge, there are only 6 that exist in the world that we know of, right? Maybe there are some still in like burial caves and stuff, but we just don't know about them. So we could say there are 6 out there, and 3 of them, half of them, are here at the bishop. So I was very curious to go and see them, and when I emailed the bishop, they were like, sure, why not? Like, come in, we'll do a collections visit. And when I first saw them, I was really moved. I was really moved because they had never been on display before, and they had never been played on. And in that room, you know, you can feel something. Yeah, you can feel them kind of call out to you, right? Like these are mea, these are objects that are meant to be used in a certain way, right? They have a purpose. And for me to see them just kind of in a box on a shelf was kind of heartbreaking for me, right? So one of the first things I asked, you know, the Bishop Museum was, you know, what would it look like if we programmed a tournament and we just have just one game on that, right? And I'll do my god dang best to make sure that, yeah, well yes, but also that the game that's played on it for the very first time is between 2 excellent players. And that's exactly what that board deserves, right? After being asleep for so long, and we wanted to wake it up in the most appropriate way and honor it with just the most beautiful awakening. And to me, that just looked like finding who are those top 2 people, who essentially has the kulana, right, to touch it, right, to even interact with it in that way, right? And part of this whole tournament is people proving themselves, right? Do you have the mana capable of doing that? And to be able to do it is such an honor, right? I mean, I sometimes hesitate to even call like the papamū an object, right? Or like that's, to me, that's a kupuna, right? Like some kupuna made that, right? And made it especially for an ali'i, right? Like this is a very, very special thing that we're coming into contact with and being able to touch. So, you know, whether it's me or any of my other competitors out here who get to touch it, they're directly interacting with something that our kupuna made, directly touching our kupuna. And I think that's just such a beautiful, beautiful thing to just aspire to and even be in the presence of, right? I mean, it will eventually be now one of, or 2 of the 4 of us that will be able to be on this board. So I'm crossing my fingers it's me, but I know. But I think any 4 of us really deserve to be here. Everyone fought their way up to get to this moment, and I really can't wait to see how this turns out.
Well, mahalo yaʻoe. To your point, you know, about just, I love Bishop Museum, right? Of course, mahalo nui to Bishop Museum. But there is something painful, in a sense, right? Of just seeing these things and knowing that, or thinking maybe that that's the only place that they're ever going to exist. And me looking at it through this piece of glass is the only interaction it's ever going to have with its people. So mahalo nui to you and to Bishop Museum for putting this together and allowing, I think, you know, allowing our people, whoever it may be, to be able to engage again and touch, you know, what was made by our kupuna, what was used by our kupuna, and not just like, you know, my great grandma. We're talking about our ali'i, yeah. And so mahalo nui to you, mahalo nui to Bishop Museum, mahalo nui to all the players. Without any competitors, we don't have a chance to do this, right? And good luck, bro. Oh, yeah. Mahalo nui. All right, mahalo nui. I'm not sure where we're going to send this back to, Ivaho, if we're going to just take a little break, but we'll be back with you folks in a little bit. Mahalo nui. All right.
All right, aloha everyone. We are joined right now by Billy Kinney. We just saw his match. Billy, how are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. Just happy, honored to be here.
That was a crazy game. We were watching it on pins and needles. There was a lot of fighting, a lot of action along the edges. How did you feel about these, your position during the game?
Not good at most times, pretty good sometimes. Back and forth really, but I know I made a lot of mistakes, especially at the beginning. She's a really methodical player. I think she's a sleeper in this tournament. Yeah, she's very careful thinking. I'm also very careful thinking, but I think she just really got me in the beginning. I made some mistakes, and she just kind of locked me in. If you seen the papamū, you would have seen she had lots of what I would call ʻāwai, and she had all the ʻāwai locked up, and I was locked into all of them, and I had very little moves to make for a long time. And at the end, I got myself out of it, I feel like.
You did.
And I was like maybe one move, one mistake away from kind of getting back, but I didn't necessarily make it.
It was tit for tat.
Yeah,
It got really down to the wire, and I think it lucked out a little bit for
all good.
Yuna. How are you feeling right now participating in this inaugural competition? You're making history.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's really important. It's important for the game, but it's also important for Lahui to, to entice, to encourage all of us to be more fearless about decisions we make. Like on the papamū, we should be fearless about being brave, about our leadership, about the moves we make and the lessons, and just moving forward and making moves for our family and our community.
That's beautiful. Kōnane is more than just a game, right? It teaches us lessons. Its values radiate throughout Hawaii, and we thank you for your bravery in playing in this invitational. And you all can play with all of our competitors over in the other tent as well. So please don't shy away, and you can start to see why all of these guys are champions, huh?
Yeah, mahalo.
All right, and a special gift actually from Bishop Museum, from Namea Hawaii, and from Avaho. They all wanted to share with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mahalo, Uncle John.
Okay, we're here right now with Jonathan from the island, from Hawaii Island, and he was against Kahikili, and Kahikili was he was a tough one, and so how did it feel? How did the game feel for you?
Well, it started off pretty smooth, but then he seemed like he was maybe taking his time a little bit. And I was thinking like, oh, is he getting frustrated? That could be good. That could be good for me. But then he started hopping in a kind of a sideways direction and making some moves that I didn't expect to see happen. So then I think I got a little lost in the swimming of the board. And then towards the end, he had corners and he had lines. So yeah, he beat me pretty good.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I mean, you put up a good fight. But how did it feel playing inside the Bishop? This is your first time in the Bishop Museum, right? And so you came a little early, got a chance to really kind of engulf the, all of the artifacts in here and so on. And, I remember a smoky time coming over here from school, but how did it feel in the museum?
Well, it's a beautiful space. They get the beautiful arches and the woodwork and all the koa and stuff, and then the things they have under glass is astonishing. But a museum, it kind of exists out of time. And so one of the things that was so great about the Bishop hosting the Kōnane tournament, and especially getting to play with the papamū, the kahiko, the kupuna papamū, you're not just looking at history, you're touching it and you're living it. And that's a lived history, bringing it into the present and embodying it, yeah? So that's pretty exciting. That gets a little bit chicken skin in a good way.
Yeah, there's a lot of chicken skin in this place here when you check it out. Anyway, where's Carlos? Carlos around here? Here he comes. So, it's kind of amazing with Jonathan is that he caught the bus from Hilo to Kona, right? Basically, to play 5 o'clock in the morning for play. So that means you had a real hunger to play Kōnane, and the thing didn't start to the afternoon, but that's the best way to get there for you.
Because of the bus, if I took the second bus, I would get there too late.
Yeah.
To start the tournament.
And so that was pretty amazing. So yeah, tell us. And then your journey to Oʻahu, right? So 2 long trips just to get here. How was the travel? How did that affect you?
The travel, I think, was okay. I mean, Hawaiian Airlines is great, and I get picked up at the airport by Taylor. She picked me up herself. I was like, wow, okay, that's pretty cool. And so, I don't feel, it wasn't never like overwhelming or anything like that. But it's, I think you get it right. I got a hunger for play because it's more than just a game. It's the genius of the culture, because every game that you have, like chess or something like that, it exemplifies the morals and the goals and the highest values of that culture. And in a game like chess, you gotta assassinate the king and you win. Well, Kōnane is not like that at all. And if you hopping too much, you're gonna lose. So it's not about consumption. It's not about Western capitalism. Yeah, it's about sustainability, and you win the game by staying in the game, and that's pretty cool.
I like that. You win by staying in. I'm going to shake your hand, Jonathan, and pass it over to Carlos.
Oh, you couldn't have said it any better. This is a reason why we want to get this game back onto a national platform, yeah. And the only way that that's possible is through these types of collaborations with the Bishop Museum and with talented players like yourself who are willing to compete at the highest level. You represent some of the best, and we're very fortunate to have you. And a small prize for you, courtesy of Abaho from Namea Hawaiʻi from Bishop Museum. All right, mahalo.
Aloha mai kākou. I have Kimo Chan with me, the Lanakila from the island of Kauaʻi, that's moving on to our next round, Ka Pailua. Kimo, I want to ask you, what would it mean for you to be able to play on that papamū kupuna?
It would mean a lot to me. I mean, just to even know that there are opportunities to play on papamū kupuna, only because I never realized there was, I'm so used to seeing the papamū as pohaku. This is the first one that I've actually seen wooden. So to be on that board, to be in the presence of our kupuna, and to, you know, make a connection with Kapi Olani, and to make that connection with Prince Kuhio, I mean, that would mean a lot to me. Yeah.
And another thing that I just realized that's really special about that papamū was the person that gave it to the Bishop Museum, that was it. She inherited it from Queen Kapi'olani was Princess Kahanu, who's the granddaughter of Kauaʻi from the island of Kauaʻi. And I heard you mention in your interview earlier when we first started that you bring with you Kaʻililao Kekoa, and I really wanted to hear a little bit more about who she is and some mo'olelo.
Absolutely. And so Kaʻililao Kekoa is an ali'i of Kauaʻi, and she is from the Mano Kalani Po line. Now, one of the stories that I wanted to share with you folks is that in terms of wahi kupuna and wahi pana connected to Kōnane, there's a place on Kauaʻi known as Na'ili Ka'awea. And it ties back to Kaʻililao Kekoa because Kaʻililao Kekoa loved two things. She loved surfing and she loved Kōnane. And anyway, so on Kauaʻi, as you fly into Lihue and right along the Kalepa Ridge, and this is like right above the Wailua Golf Course, there's a pu'u there, and that pu'u is called Na'ili Ka'awea. And the reason why that pu'u is called Na'ili Ka'awea, it talks about a Kōnane match that happened between a prophet from Molokaʻi and Kaʻililao Kekoa from Kauaʻi. And in that game, at the end of the game, Kaʻililao Kekoa asked Ka'awea, because it's so powerful, can you please tell me a prophecy about myself? And so Ka'awea tells her that she'll be the first ali'i nui wahine of Kauaʻi. And so that site is known on that pool. They actually took the ili stones from the Kōnane, game of Kōnane, and they moved it there. And so it's a commemoration to both Kaʻililao Kekoa and Ka'awea, the game of Kōnane.
Yeah, I love that story. When you mentioned Ka'awea, I recognized the name because he's from Molokaʻi. And I was like, oh, I know that name. But I just wanted to congratulate you for moving on. Kimo, my classmate from back in the day. How amazing is this that we're standing here and there's a possibility of you being able to play on that papamū Kōnane. I'm so proud of you. So ho'omaika'i out way. And that's Kimo Chan, our representative from Kauaʻi, moving on to Ka Pailua.
take a sip. All right, aloha everyone, and we have our final contestant from our first round, Kapua Vehiva. Please remind everyone, yeah, give a round of applause. Remind everyone, how old are you?
14.
14. You didn't skip school, huh?
No.
No, I already teased her about it. They had an off day. But we are very fortunate for you to have come on such a short notice. There was a mix. Some changes had to happen, but we're very blessed that you were able to come out. And what a game you gave us. How are you feeling right now?
Not that sad that I lost because I made it this far and he only had one move left.
Yes,
so.
we all saw the end of that board, the end of that game. There was no moves left. It was going tit for tat. You compared to the other boards, yeah, there was still a lot of pieces still left, but you were able to break apart the patterns, and it all came down to the very end. How do you feel about playing against Kimochun?
I feel really happy because I got to challenge someone who's been playing for a very long time, and it was just like cool to challenge somebody like not from Molokaʻi. Like it was cool for over there too, but like from he like learned to play and he got taught to play, and that was actually kind of cool.
Yeah, do you play a lot at your school?
No, not really.
Not really.
So I haven't played since I'm in 8th grade right now, and I haven't played since I was in 6th grade. The last time I played, the first time I played since 6th grade was during the tournament at Molokaʻi, and yeah.
Well, how'd you do in that tournament?
I actually did really, really good. So I won all my games, and then when it came down to Uncle Hano, I was so close, but then I lost it.
And that's something that we want to highlight. Yeah, Kōnane talent, you don't have to be adult. You can start playing whenever. You can start playing as young as whenever. And you got the talent. We saw the games. We saw the moves. What's your favorite part of Kōnane now that you've been playing for a little bit?
My favorite part is learning the opponent's strategy. It's I can see if you really pay attention good, you can see how they think. And yeah.
And what was Kimo thinking? What did you see him thinking?
I could see that he would when I did certain moves, he could see what I was doing, and then he just caught on super super fast.
Right, there's an invisible battle, right? There's a conversation going on the board, yeah? Because you make certain moves and then he sees what you're doing and he tries to stop you. And so to continuously play and one-up yourself, you see this very exciting battles on Kōnane. And so you see just, stones on a board, but it's much more than that. And thank you for giving us an amazing game, Kapua Vehiwa. We have one small kind gift for you as well. So mahalo for participating. How did it feel being in that space, by the way? I need to ask you that.
It was very different, but it was super super cool because I could feel it all. It was it was really different, but really cool.
We hope we continue playing more tournaments, and we'll see you next time. Mahalo.
Aloha nui ka lehu e mai au me Yuna inoe ua puka oia ma ka papamū ano leila holomua ana oia I ka papa elua Kōnane ana oia me kahi kama o Oʻahu nei me ka Pena Baptista o makito ninau ia oi no hea mai oi pehea I hiki mai ai oi I Hawaiʻi.
Aloha mai kākou no Iapana mai au ua ne'e mai au ia ne'i ma ka makahiki elua kaukani waka I mea e a'oi I ka olelo Hawaiʻi I ka mo'omeheu Hawaiʻi a me ka mo'aukala Hawaiʻi. Oiai he kanaka hula, wau, no laila, ai, oia ke kumu au I, hele ai adei.
Ano leila ea, ku ka ehua na wa ali li ka hana ki kai kumahine a Japan o Japana, no leila I ke manawa, liki me kau, Kōnane ana oe me ke kahi kanaka I akamai loa I ke ia hana, liki me oe ea, Makou Pae like, aka ma ke Kōnane ana, ma ka puka ana, ale he lana kila vale no, aka ea ka papamū I hopi o kaua, ea, e waiho nei, e kakalimali nei I kona mau hoa Kōnane. No leila maka no'o ana I koukulana I loko o keia ho o kuku, a me ka ike I ka papa I hope o kaua. Pehea kou na au ma keia Kōnane ana, maka lana kila ea e Kōnane ana oi ma ka papa ana li'i.
Nui ka pō mai kai o kaui ho'ea ana mai nei I, me kau malia paha hiki a uke paani maluna o ia papamū, kahiko loa. I ko mana o ma ke ano he malihini ma ke ia ʻāina nei, he kuleana ko'u. O ia hoi ka ho'ike ana aku ho'ike ana aku he mea nui ke a'o ana I na mea Hawaiʻi. Like ole, ma ke ano he malihini. No laila, mama ke wau e paipaia na malihini e ae, e noho nei ane I ke ʻāina nei o Hawaiʻi. E a'o kako, e a'o kako e a'o kako I na mea Hawaiʻi, e like me ka olelo Hawaiʻi, ka mo'o meheu Hawaiʻi, ka mo'o kala Hawaiʻi, I mea e ho'olahai I na akanaka e ae, a puni ka honua. Ai.
Mahalo ia oe, mahalo ke mau manao ke kahi kou awamo ana I ke kule ana, me kou ho manao ana I ke kulana malihini I loko o keia. Maka ho manao pu, ho kai vale no lao ka malihini, lilo oia he hoa ka maʻāina ea, ai pā na malihini a pau. Aka, malihini mai kai loa oe, mahalo nui ia oe. No ka poe ho alohe ana ea ke kai kumahine mai ka ʻāina o Japana, lele mai nei, a'o I ka olelo Hawaiʻi, a'o I ka ike Hawaiʻi, hele aka mai I ka hana Hawaiʻi ke kahi, ale pau ka hula vale no, ke Kōnane ana, e ano leila, ma kou iki ana ia oe, kou lohe ana ka olelo ana, ka iki ana I kou puka ana manei, he mea, mana au wau he mea pā ke la e ho'olana I ka manao, o na kanaka Hawaiʻi, I Hawaiʻi nei, na kanaka e mea noho ana ho'okula iwi nei a Hawaiʻi, hiki ke a'o I ka olelo, he kule ana ko kākou a pau, I loko no paha o ko kākou mau kulana o ko'a, no e mahalo ia oe ka hapai ana I ke mau manao, a ho mai kai ka ho'ea ana I nei, hoi hoi wau, nui ko hau oli e nānā I ka Makou Kōnane ana, no leilo, mahalo nui, ia.
We'll be moving into Kapailua, our second round, in a few minutes. People are going to start making their way back in. Players, prepare yourselves. E hoʻomākaukau no Kapailua. Okay, everybody, we're going to slowly make our way back to our places. Get ready for Kapailua. The excitement is building up. Who will be playing on our papamū kupuna? we're getting ready to start Kapailua. We have Kahikiliang and Kimo-chan playing each other. And on the other end, we have Kapena Baptista playing Yuna Inoue. We'll have our kahunana help to begin the game, grabbing the two ili next to the piko, having them choose one hand. The person who chooses ele will begin the game. If you notice in this round, we have two players from the island of Kakuhieva or Oʻahu that moved into this next round. We have one player from Hawaii and another from Kauaʻi.
Show their personality, their priorities, and So the game right now on the left between Yuna and Kapena, this is this gets into a volatile situation where I don't like it when this happens, and I try to avoid it because I like to, like we saw before, right? You can create the choo-choo train where you have full control over the edges. Yeah, you get plenty moves, but if we look on Yuna's side, this whole third row, yeah, or column is open. So there isn't really a chance to have a choo-choo train here because if it ever is going to start, you can jump out the way and interrupt the choo-choo train. So this line, this edge, there isn't going to be one dominant person, at least not for a little bit. We'll see if anybody decides to make a move and to try to start to claim it.
Yeah, so what we call a choo-choo train is a series of protected moves, and like a choo-choo going down the track, you know. And again, they're protected moves, so your opponent cannot do nothing but either jump in or jump out of that track. And so it is a series of free moves, which is what you want, you know.
Yeah, free in the sense that this move that I make does not give my opponent any opportunities. It does not give them any more moves. It's just a move that I have in my back pocket that I can use whenever I want because I don't want to touch something else because I want them to be the one to knock over that tower of cards, yeah.
And they will be gifted a replica of the papamū kupuna that they'll be playing on. Our replicas were made by Wallace Akau. So if you're thinking, where can I get a papamū or a Kōnane board for myself, check out Akau boards.
When activity continues on that farmost edge. A concept I want to highlight real quick here, looking at the game on the left. Here, right, Kapena has initiative on both of these sides, yeah? But no matter how far he moves, yeah, if he jumps here, black has a response. If he double jumps, black has a response. There's a connectivity, sort of like a communication when you have pieces next to each other here. So if Kapena were to move this piece first and take this piece, now if Kapena were to move here, this piece isn't here now to respond. So there's a setup here where, depending on whether or not there's pieces to jump, you can affect whether or not what's going on this side of the board can be affected by what's going on this side of the board.
Hard to see too. Some of these stones are small.
amongst our leaders. And Koho'okahi just shared with me a little bit ago a story that tells how this idea of picking the ele or the kea would help in what would happen, what would be the next step as far as political decisions. Koho'okahi, can you share a little bit of what you were telling me?
Ai, no leila, ua ike ina a'ale kākou I ike mamua, makanana ana ike ia Kōnane ana o nā kanaka, ike ana kākou o ka mea nana ka ili ele, oia ke uhau mua I ka ili ka papa, ea? The black goes first. Ano leila, e ike ana kākou I ke ia, o ke la uhau mua ana oia ka ho'oka ana I ke kaua. Ea? A ale lele ke kahi, a ahe kaua. Ainoa lele ke kahi I mua, a leila, ho'omaka ke kaua. Ano leila, maka ke Kōnane ana, pela no, ka ili ele. Ike ia ke yamanao, a ale ma ke Kōnane vale no, a ka maka hana ka lai ʻāina, ana ali'i o ka wā kahiko. No, pehea la, o ka heha la ka mua, o ka moa paha, o ka hua paha, a ale mau popo. Aka, ike ana kākou, ke hoi maka mo'olelo kamehameha, nā mo'olelo paha o kamehameha. Ke pilikia mawaina, ke pilikia lawa o kahikili o Maui, ke pilikia lawa o keawe mauhili, ke ali'i o hilo, mai ia wā mahape o ka make ana o kiwala o, ma moku o hai. No'o ana I ke ali'i e kaua paha a ole paha, ea? E mālama paha I ka maluhia a ole paha. Ano leo ke kahi mo o lelo kaulana, oia ko kamehameha, ho'ouna anaku I kona kukini, kona elele kukini o mākoa kona inoa, keiki māmā o mākoa, ua kaulana ka olelo no e au I keia maula no ke kanaka viki māmā I ka holo, o he mamo paha na mākoa, ea. Ano le keia elele kukini, holo akula oia mai nā kona a hiki aku I nā hilo, imi ana oia ia ke ave mauhili, lave ana oia meia e lua ulumaika. He ulumaika kea, keo, a he ulumaika ele. Ea. Haawi ana keia mau ulumaika, o haawi ia keia mau ulumaika I ke ali'i ia ke ave mauhili, mahilo, nana e koho. E like me keia Kōnane ana, koho I ka ele, kaua, lele, haoka, uhau. Koho I ke keo.
6, because my focus is on teaching, and in the classroom, because there's such limited time in the classroom for students to play, I push the 6x6. But in this particular tournament, we're using odd configurations, which is in this particular case, it's this is the 12x15, right? So with the 12x15, what happens is that one side, the two corners are black, and the other side, the two corners are white. And so a lot of times in the Kōnane world, right, when you're talking about configure, people go, oh, what size, what board do you play on? And some people, I play on an 8x8. But they're not talking about the dimensions, they're talking about the configuration. So how's your experience on the odd configurations, in particularly this board here?
Yeah, I think our MCs spoke about it a little earlier in the last round, but we ran some simulations. We made use of ChatGPT. We said, ChatGPT, go play a bunch of 6x6 games and tell us who wins. And a lot of the time we would see that going first was detrimental. It was bad. It was bad to be black because it would put you at a disadvantage. You would always be the one responding. It puts white in a position to be the one always responding. So it puts the onus on black to sort of attack. Yeah. Here on these odd boards, we start to have even odd boards. We start to have that sort of advantage kind of dissipate. And I think we saw that in the last round. Yeah, 3 of our 4 winners started as black. I think that advantage for white really goes away on larger size boards as there's more opportunity for more moves and for the players to make more mistakes, honestly.
Yeah, one of the things that I found is like on the 6x7 boards, black was at a huge disadvantage. You know, I almost had to, white almost had to make a mistake in order for black to recover. And if you're playing against a quality player, the odds of that player making a mistake as white is really, really slim. So it's tougher on the smaller 6x7. I think actually it's harder on the 6x7 than it is on the 6x6.
Looking at the game between Yuna and Kapena right now, Uncle John, who would you want to be? In whose shoes would you want to be in right now?
I gotta, you know, my maka not so shaka, you know, so I gotta look good.
Because right now I'm looking at the bottom right corner there. Kapena has that corner locked down, and if I had to step in, I'd want to be playing white.
Yeah, the bottom right hand corner is he's in pretty good position on that.
Yeah, right. Kapena has this move, and looking over here, Yuna does have this edge. Kapena can hop out here and begin to intercept and break apart that.
You know, to me, the hardest, what the hardest part of Kōnane is? Finding somebody to play. Yeah. That's the hardest part. Second hardest part is remembering what color you are throughout the match.
And that's why we're here, and we're trying to get more folks, at least, familiar with it. It's not something that's so scary or crazy to play. Yeah, Kapena finally decided to move this here. We see here, right, this is that box configuration again. He's nestled his piece in between the black player's pieces. Here in this whole box, Kapena decides when anything goes on here. If I was black and I wanted to break that up, I would be hard pressed. Any chance for black to move their pieces out the way, white has a response. Wow, Kimo just opened up this row. I would be feeling nervous if I was Kahekili, and I would want to move one of my black pieces out the way so that I can intercept this train.
It really tells of what kind of a leader he was and how that aided in that Pā Kōnane, that mindset of always strategizing.
Ku'i ke ia o ka holo ke la. O ke ku'i ke ia o ka holo ke la. A mamua o lelo ana wau no ka uhau, ka hahau, ka hauna. Ke ia mahua o lelo like ole no ka move ana, ea. O ke kui, o ia ka hahau ana, me ka lele anaku, ea, I ke kahi ili ili. Alelo o ka holo, o ia ka lilo ana, o ke la ili ili. A ka ho'omana o pū mai ana ke kahi hoa, he kahuna ana o ia nei, hiki o ke kui a kui aia, ke make. A ke hahau ia ka ili ili, ea, ai ia ke kahi. A ke huli ho'i ka hoa paio, a ai oia I ke la ili ili, I ai I kāna, oia ka wā e ho'opuka ia I ke la o lelo, o ke kui ke ia, o ka holo ke la, ea, no leila. He o lelo hou, I hiki ke ki'i ia, mālama ia, ho'ola hou ia, o iai kākou e ho'ola nei I ke ia pae akamai o ke Kōnane ana, ea, o ke kui ke ia, o ka holo ke la.
Is here, so it's going to be difficult for anything on the left side of the papamū to influence or affect what's going on the right. Compare that to the game on the left. There's a lot of pieces kind of spread out all throughout, and it's this kind of peppering of ilis throughout that gives players an ability to respond when moves are made. Yeah, even though these pieces, it doesn't seem like this guy cannot do anything except get eaten. It serves as a vital piece of kind of communication to be able to have a response for that player. Wow, okay, yeah. Kupuna continues to wedge his pieces in. Yuna does not have control of this left side of the board. If she wanted to, she could make a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-piece jump all the way to the other side of the board. It feels very good to be able to do those types of jumps. Is it always the best move? No, but it's hard to resist that temptation sometimes. But here, at least to make one jump and get out the way would then give Yuna control of this. I would want to move this piece before Kupuna takes it away.
Now, she does have a food jump, and that the problem with that is you're consuming theoretically more moves than you actually have to. And but if she does jump out of it, then it kind of she can kind of regain the control of that line. Interesting how white that stripe is, and like again, my makas, hard to see the white.
No, but you're exactly right to say resource, right? The goal of Kōnane again is not to take the most pieces, and that's why resisting that urge to do that triple, quadruple jump you end up taking more resources than you need. And oftentimes you'll need those pieces to give you, to either keep communications alive so that you can have a response and use those pieces to your advantage. Because it's not just you moving your pieces, you are using your opponent's pieces in your favor.
And the other danger of going all the way across is that all of a sudden Al Kapena can jump off that line. And so she might need that line. So I would, if I was playing this game, maybe take 2, keep that line clean on the white stripe there, and work that line if I have to. But you gotta love the way they take their time, Take their time, analyze. That's what you want to do in Kōnane. You want to take your time.
No, and that's been true historically. There's plenty of mo'olelo of folks playing Kōnane beachside until the sun goes down and they have to hold on onto each other's shoulders and guide each other back home.
Watching over our matches, at the end of the match, they'll say, Hapala kekea, na ka'ele ka'ei, or they will say the opposite, Hapala ka'ele, na kekea ka'ei. And what that translates to is, hapala means to smear. So whichever person lost the match, you refer to as hapala. So if black lost the match, ele lost the match, hapala ka'ele. And then the next part of the sentence is na kekea ka'ei. So that translates to, and the kea, or the white ili, consumed, or it rules. So that's a saying that was used, ikawaka hiko, at the end of every match. And you could switch that depending on who the lanakila is or who was eliminated from the match. Earlier, Kimo-chan shared with me a mo'olelo that is Pilitu Kauaʻi, about an ali'i wahine. Her name was Kaʻililau ke Koa. If you're not familiar with this mo'olelo, it's quite fascinating in that Kaʻililau ke Koa loved to play Kōnane. And it is said that she lived deep up on the mountainsides of Wailua. And it really reminded me of the story of Laie Kawai and how this princess, this ali'i wahine, was surrounded by all these beautiful manu that came and surrounded her space every day. And she just had this magical life. And she was incredibly beautiful. Well, as I mentioned, she loved to play Kōnane. And Kaʻūpūlehu, a very well-known kahuna from the island of Molokaʻi, had visited her, and they played a match of Kōnane together. And she told him, you know, if I win this match, will you read my future? Will you show me my prophecy? And it came out in the end that he shared with her, you will be one of the greatest ali'i nui, or the first ali'i nui wahine of Hawaii. And that story came true. It said at the end of the match, the ili, the one ili kea and the ili ele was placed on the hillside near this area that they played, and that area is known as na ili Kaʻūpūlehu. It's a very famous wahipana on the island of Kauaʻi.
Black has to come out the way, it doesn't change anything really. This area is kind of consolidating and becoming Kapena's. Kapena has over here, and there's a couple of different little pockets. Kapena fully owns this. Una cannot do nothing about this.
the outside lines. Well, it's an advantage if you have the advantage, right? So in this, on Kapena's side of the board, you know, black jumping over white. And again, my maka not so shaka, but I'm assuming that most of those are filled, right? And so theoretically, if she were to jump, or it's hard to tell because I couldn't see that piece, yeah. So right now, Kapena kind of owns all of this here, so they're hard to see. You know, the holes are dark, the ili is dark, and it's hard to see. But you know, I have a say when I play it. If you don't need move them, don't move them. You know, just leave them there, and try to look for other areas on the board that need attention. Yeah, when I play, I kind of break them up into 4 chunks usually, and if I get one whole area under my control, I leave them alone. Yeah, I look for the areas I don't have control, and I try to focus on those areas. Because Kōnane doesn't always go down to the last man standing. Yeah, a lot of times the game can be locked up early, or with a lot of pieces on. Yeah, so.
Yeah, especially on smaller boards, you can make, a game on a 6x7 can be over in 5 moves, 6 moves, and you see this kind of snaking pattern from edge to edge, and you'll always see that same pattern of one player's pieces blocking their own and being able to, preventing any movement there. Yeah, sandwiched in.
So let me see if I can.
Oh, okay.
Answer your question here. So, like, this is a good example, right? The line is fully intact, right? And so, this is a bad spot for Kimo to jump here, because once he jumps here, it's going to open up that whole line for Kahikile, and he can, he's got theoretically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves. Yeah, that's a lot of moves going into the end game. Yeah, so Kimo cannot do this move. If he does this move, then he's going to give Kahikile too many moves. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
very similar to this one right here. Yeah. He cannot take the double. If you take the double, then he gonna give Kahikile the out. Yeah, and Kahikile is gonna be able to jump out. He can take the single, and then focus on that side of the line. But he cannot go all the way across, or else he's gonna give Kahikile too many moves. Yeah. Yeah, both of these matches are pretty strong, pretty good. It's another 2 hours more to go for finish up this match. Yeah.
Ola au ana oia no ka inoa, o ke ia ho kūkū. Hoi ho ana wau I ke kahi o lelo no e au. I vai hoi ia mai nā kupuna. O ia hoi e hui nā maka I kou. E hui nā maka I kou. O kou, o ia ka inoa kahiko, o ke ia wahi a kākou e kapa nei o Honolulu. O kou, ka inoa kahiko. O kia mana o e hui nā maka I kou, o ia hoi ka haiamu nui ana o ka poe. Ma kou, ma Honolulu nei. A kahi e Kōnane ai ka poe, kahi e lea ai ka poe I ka ulu mai ka moa pahe pe ala, ka honu paha, kula I paha. A ka o keia wahi o kou, ua kaulana. Kaulana I keia hanana o ke Kōnane ana. Ho'omana o ana wau I ko'u mau makahiki ma ka pūnana leo o Honolulu. Pa'i ia ke kahi lole makalike no nā keiki. A o ka lau ma luna o ka pālule, he Papa Kōnane, he papamū. A no leila e kuhi ana I ke la... Oiai.
Mahalo ka hoʻokahino ke la mo olelo. So there's a olelo no e ao that says, hui na maka I kou. Hui na maka I kou. The eyes that gather in Kou. And Kou is this famous place that was known in Honolulu for playing Kōnane. And I shared at the beginning of the program that Ka Makou Kōnane, if you dissect the words in different areas, could be translated as a child of Kou, the Kōnane playing child of Kou. He shared that Kōnane was often played in this area called Kou, and many
The walls are starting to close in on Yuna. It's her turn, and there's just no good move. Any move she makes here, there's a response from Kapena. She could do a triple jump, but that would just be fodder for Kapena to make this move, and that's just free food later. Any move Yuna makes, there's an immediate response. She has control of this line, but anything she moves, Kapena will have an immediate response. Oh. Yeah, so now this is ready. No matter where this lands, there's a move in response. Yeah, this is actually quite tense now. Yuna does have control now of that train. I thought it was Yuna's turn when it was actually Kupuna's. Yeah, how are we feeling, folks? I kind of just talking at you. You guys can talk back. What you feeling? What you thinking? On this one? Yuna's.
That quad on the left top, left lower. Left lower, it's because she can't get out of that. She doesn't. Yuna doesn't have a white piece to eat for a break the chain, so she's gonna lose that corner, and it's free moves for him.
Yeah, Kalamaida, Kimo, and Kahikili, but I get only enough brain cells to focus on one on one board at a time.
Come on my side, talk about. I focus more on Kimo's move. So Kimo just, Kahikili made a single. He did not take the double.
And where was that? On what's on?
So that's going to be an interesting. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, we have one guest commentator. Please share your name and your relationship to Kōnane.
My name is Hemakela Hanui Watson. I'm one of the other kahunana here. And I've been playing Kōnane since I was in middle school. I'm in college now, so I'm not that old. I don't look it either. Oh, Kimo just went. That was a good idea from him. If he would have double jump, he would have given Kahikili the ability to kind of hold on and to have some kind of free move later on. Switching between two boards is crazy. Yuna is still not moved. Oh, wow! Was that a quad? That was a quad jump. I think that was the first of its kind at the competition. Wow! And it was a perfect move because it was a totally free move for her.
That one is safe. There is no response for Kupuna to make there.
I believe the word for a stone that is out of reach, it was moikawa. I think that was what oh my God, I'm blanking on his name. But a man from Hawaii was saying inside of the Hawaiian Hall. Moikawa, sleeping, cannot be woken. We can see near the middle, Kupuna does have an L. That would give him about 2 free moves. So that could come into play later.
Yeah, there's a certain point where we can start to tally up the sort of free moves that either player has and start to get a sense of who's feeling better, more comfortable than the other is right now.
That was Kaikili's move. My. Kahunana, come in there. Okay. Though that's going to be a free move for Kupuna when he wants it. That's 2 free moves for Kupuna. Ooh. This is getting intense. Now, I got to be cross-eyed, right? So then I can see both of them at the same time.
And that's the thing of when they're playing is that they have kind of mental tabs, yeah? Of if they move this, I'm going to do this. But you have to keep track, yeah? Because sometimes the battlefield or where the active battle is will change. And if you're not paying attention, you'll miss out on that chance. Because you saw the last few moves, yeah, they were not in response to each other. Kupuna was taking advantage of moves that Yuna could have made if she wanted to, but she wanted to continue to move the choo-choo train, as it were.
If you look at Kimo and Kaikili's board on the right, there's an interesting structure going on. You can see 2 long column lines, and it's about to be broken. Oh, and it is. Kimo has started the first breaking over there. You can see there's those 2 big, almost fully intact lines, nearly fully intact lines. There's one fully, actually they're both not intact, but they're very large structures with that L at the top. Over here. And this is an interesting position because if white breaks, then black has another move. But it would be stopped by their own piece, actually, at the very end. Remember who went last on Kupuna and Yuna's board? Dude. Yeah, next time we should have a ding, 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 ding.
So they're on round 2 right now. And the winner of these 2 will challenge for the main one.
Abysmal, no way.
12 by 15, yeah. But then you get 2 quality players too, yeah, who can focus every move.
Have been not so actively practiced or played for so long, or really like taking a deep dive into understanding Kōnane.
To bolster it. Yeah. Full. She's going to take the free move, and he responds, with filling up the line.
Yeah, so now no matter where Yuna moves there, she wants to move and advance it towards the board. There's Ke'o waiting ready.
If you guys see this pattern of 2 of the same color looking at each other with nothing. Oh. If we had them mic'd up, right?
Yeah, I wonder what they're talking about.
That'd be 4 people talking, though. That'd be too much. But you can see this. Is that a stone? Oh. Black is Kaikili on the right. It's a good free move from him. Yuna and them are talking. It's just so tiny, but then that means it's gone, probably, that line. Carlos, on Kimo and Kaikili's board, on that far left, does Kaikili have that line? Is that his line right there?
Yeah, at the top left, he has the initiative. He can start to open up the train, but
he can't get his own line though.
Yeah, because if he goes, no, not yet. But there is an opportunity for Kimo to kind of plug up the train by hopping left once his piece blocking gets out the way. So it's still quite contentious.
Yuna's gonna move. And an immediate response. Interesting move. Yeah. Oh. Oh, Kaikili moves, setting up a pattern.
No, it's okay.
Again, I wish we could hear them talk.
Flashlight.
Oh, yeah, keep that in the whole match, actually. Oh. Oh, too much. Oh, that is a stone. Oh, Kimo has moved. Ooh, I don't know if that was the right move from Kimo. Thoughts, Carlos, or thoughts, Uncle?
Yeah, he should have moved the. Well, it's hard to show, but try to open up that white one in that line is plugging them up, and so.
Yeah.
I mean, he still can move them.
Still can move them, yeah.
Should try to move
But yeah, Kaikili responds and plugs the hole. Now that line is pretty much lost. Oof, that's gonna be tough. And I totally missed Kapena's Yuna's move. Yeah, Kapena is cleaning up. It looks like Yuna has mostly ran out of free moves at this point. She still does have the one in the top, but it has a response. Oof. Carlos, Uncle John, how do you guys feel? Oh. Okay, burning another free move. Wow. And Kimo's moving. Singular jump. Good choice. If he double jump, or triple jumped, it would have messed up a lot of the different lines.
Yeah, I'm getting mesmerized by this structure now on Kimo. And
Exactly, it's a
Kahikili's
beautiful
board.
structure.
We have, 2 full lines, 1 row apart, so, and just a few ilis in between that are bridging it. So,
Well, actually, I think those 2 on the left are not totally full. There's a missing at the top. There's missing from the top left one down, and the 4th one down on the 3rd row. Oh, Kahikili moves for a free move. Biding his time, trying to make Kimo fall into a trap.
and that is a big part of Kōnane, actually, yeah, is making these moves elsewhere on the board, and hoping that they end up getting distracted and forgetting what's a priority and what's not.
I think Yuna's going to move in a moment. Yep. Ooh. Okay. Thoughts?
That was good.
Good. Yep.
Safe move.
Same thing with Kahikili. Sets up an exit. It's interesting to see that on the far right on Kahikili and Kimo's board, there's an entire row unmarred. Nothing left, and it can't be broken unless either of them choose to eat in a certain way. He could. Yuna moves, another free move. Kapena responds with another free move. They're trying to tire each other out. Oh, and it's Juan. Hapala kaele naka kea ka'ai. Yes. That was beautiful. Look.
Oh my God.
No way out of it. I look at them talking to each other about it. See, now we really should be here, listening to them. And you look at him, probably joking around.
Yeah, that square that was in front of his nameplate did not touch it.
Yep.
It would have been to his detriment.
And you could see he locked off her corner, so she wasn't able to utilize any of those moves, which really cut her time short. Now it's only Kimo and Kahikili. Kimo moves. This is great. This is good. Just stay like this.
See the 2 stones. There's no Ili in there, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we need like football, right? We just play. We gotta have rewinds and everything. Slow mo. We would fall asleep. Instant replay in slow mo. We need like boss music, right? I think.
Whose move right now?
I think Kimo just moved, so it's gonna be Kahikili's move. Kahikili is the ele. Interesting. You see on the far left, he could plug up that hole, but it would not be to his benefit. The top left, yeah, the top left. You see, he can fill that hole, but it would actually give the line. It would give the line to Kimo. If he hopped in, yes, because once he hopped in, then White would have 1, 2, 3, 4 moves of mostly free moves. Although those connectors,
they're anchored both in black.
Yeah. He does. Yeah. But Kimo still does have his corner. If he's able to get out of that, if he's able to kick out, well, he can actually activate his corner.
What move would you move right now as black? Because I'm eyeing that elite dead center, make a triple jump and fill that line.
Yes,
because that
100%.
would give him full control of that 1, 2, 3, 4, that fifth kind of row across, mini choo-choo.
Mm-hmm. It would also take away that and it would remove him from having to move that white piece to the left.
Yeah,
and messing up the line.
Yeah, at a certain point, you want to start taking double, triple jumps and just start to remove complications from the board. Sometimes it gets a lot, and by doing these multiple jumps, you make your life a little bit easier.
Because if, for Kaikili, yeah, you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
I think because if you look at Kaikili's thing, he does have that, like, I call it a trap, the black on both ends looking at each other with nothing in the center, right? Because when the white hops over, they get the line. But it's just so short, it'd be way better for him to take that full jump.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's probably worried, though, about giving Kimo some of those extra moves, but I think it's far greater for him to have that. Yeah, I think the benefits outweigh it. But I got third place in the qualifier, so what do I know? I gotta get my talking out before the Valve move starts, and then I'm not gonna be able to say nothing inside there.
Yeah, the vibe of the next game is
going to be next game is gonna be intense, crazy. Whoever wins this is gonna be Kupuna versus them.
That's right. Oʻahu versus.
Right now, don't want to call like winners or losers or nothing. There's some ways I think Kimo is a slight disadvantage right now, even though he's white, because of the structures. But if Kaikili were to make some incorrect moves here, I think it could fall in. We gotta have their faces next time, just in the bottom left, bottom right corner, right? You see their grimaces. If they like have their mouth open the whole time.
Reaction cam.
Yeah, for sure. We gotta have their reaction cam. Poker face the whole time. Is this the video buffering or something? Yeah.
Wow, we do have that.
Look at the stare on this one. Yeah, our Kahunana has to, take a breath. The intensity. This game is being played directly to our left, so wave hello. Good job. Go take a break, go take a break. This is Oʻahu versus Kauaʻi right now.
It is.
And Kaikili has moved.
How do I feel about that?
That's
it gives.
Well, how would Kimo respond to that?
I would hop out. I would take that.
You think double or once?
Yeah,
hop once.
I would hop out because then Kimo might be able to, if he hops out, he might be able to make the turn.
Yeah.
And once he makes the turn, then he will gain a few.
Oh, he would.
Points.
I think if he's able to get that, and I think that would be his way to win. Uncle, would you double or hop once?
Which are you talking about?
For the hopping out. If you had to hop out, would you hop out just once or twice?
Remember now, my bad. Came even smaller.
Right over here. Would you hop once or hop twice?
I probably hop once. And the reason why I would hop once is, I don't know, when I play, I like my resources being close together, yeah. And here we go.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Now my mind's exploding now. But, yeah, so the question is, would he double this way, right? And another good question is, should he double this way?
Ah. And I think he's going to do that. Ho, ho! The magic. I think you heard you.
The speaker was louder when he heard that.
He said Uncle John's mana from Kauaʻi, that's why.
So that was a free move.
From Kauaʻi, that's why.
The subliminal will go in there, yeah.
So if you guys notice, he moved. He would lose that. He would lose that whole opportunity. Thoughts?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What was that again now?
I was saying. My bad. So he was saying is, if Kaikili moves the black to plug the hole, Kimo could eat the black and make him lose that triple jump, and then it would just be a play out. If they're smart.
Okay, wait. So you say you're talking about this hole right here, right?
Yeah, if you would jump into the line, make the wall.
He's got pretty good control in that area there, yeah.
That is true.
He's got pretty good control there. What I would do in this situation here, that's a tricky one.
Would you go for that triple jump?
If I was Kaikili.
If you was Kaikili.
Probably, because that's a free one, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a free one. Let me just double check what that triple is, okay. Another option too would be us. Well, see.
He's gonna take the triple jump.
Take the triple jump. Yeah.
Take the triple jump. From here, Kimo still has that free move. He can do a double jump and be perfectly fine, and then he can actually start to open up. And I don't think Kaikili has a response or a way to get out of that, at least from here.
Yeah. And once he makes it around the corner, then he's going to be in a good position. Yeah. And so that's a good one. I mean, taking the double jump at this stage of the game doesn't give Kaikili anything free. So he's got to look for something else out on the table. So it puts more pressure on him. And so I would probably at this stage take the double.
Yeah, because then it would force Kaikili to make a move. Yeah, right now it's Kimo White, Kimo Kea. Any suggestions from the audience? And I think he takes the double jump. being black in this situation, I wouldn't feel comfortable just in this zone here. I don't have anything. I can't do much.
Ooh, Kaikita might have to plug that hole, right?
I think so.
Let's see what he's got. So he's got this one. He's got this one.
Oh, he could jump.
He could double, but then Kimo can double him back. He could come here. Well,
I think that would lose everything over there.
He cannot do that one.
This guy, I think.
Oh, up.
Because he was never going to move this here because
It's
you'll give him the train.
And then it would just give him too many free moves.
He moves this one here. What does that change for Kimo? This
Not-
guy can move now this way, but he's still not going to do that. Oh yeah. Oh, Mahalo, huh? I would make this move. Into the night.
Yeah, folks. I mean, there's always options. Yeah, inside these games, but this is a really tight game here. Oh, now they made the board small now.
Oh. Oh, he did move, no? How do you feel about that box on the right in front of Kahikili's name tag?
You mean this side right here?
Yeah. Oh.
I think that's a good move because now he opened up the line, but he doesn't have enough line to pull that off.
I see. How many ilis of Kahikili's can move? One. No, this is all in Kimo's control right now, and it gives me anxiety that Kahikili does not have control over his edge. I would move this piece. I would move this down. I'd accept that he gets this little train, but I get an out here, and now I can start doing stuff over here, because right now, Kimo's never going to move this here, I don't think. So I'm not going to have a chance to move this piece to begin to activate my line.
Okay, so he's going to start move that column.
Yeah, his free move.
I think for Kimo too, he's got to move this one right here. He's got to start working this line and make the corner.
Yeah.
Sacrifice this one here.
Yeah, I'll give him that small 4-piece.
Yeah, I mean, just start working, and he'll jump here.
Yeah, because Kimo's never going to move that piece there.
Ooh, this is a good one.
There
Okay,
it is.
here he goes.
You called it.
Start the choo-choo.
Yeah. And he gets two columns.
Yeah, and he opens up that one too, that other one.
Whose move is it right now?
Kahikili's.
Kahikili's. Ooh. Yep. Yep. Gotta just try and see if he can make Kimo make a wrong move somewhere. But looking at this, Kimo doesn't have to. Oh. You okay with that? Oh, because if black eats and then they eat again, they have a jump and it's free.
Yeah, you're going to triple them.
This second row is kind of a scary place, yeah, because these pieces are protected, yeah. One stone here can get attacked 4 ways. Stones on the edge only get attacked 2 ways. And they can only move out if they want to approach the board, yeah. So having a stone here, Kahikili could move this, and it would look like a free move for him later. But because this guy's here, there's the triple to be able to respond to that.
I think he's waiting for. I think he'd probably want Kimo to dig out first, so he'd get another free move, and there's no response to it. But well, what would Kimo do? Right now could on the far right. No, I think that would definitely ruin him.
Yeah,
that would destroy his game.
So Hema, what would you do on this bottom one?
If
you were
here?
Kimo, would you jump 1 or 2?
Oh, I jump. I think I would jump 1. Well, yeah, no, it's Kimo's because
it's
Kahikili moved 1 here. Kahikili moved 8.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. My bad. You're right. Sorry. If I was Kahikili, this doesn't look that appetizing to me. Well, you would, because then you could kick out. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Now he gets. This is gonna be his next move.
Yeah. But it's not as good. It's not as good as if it would. It will allow him to have some moves.
I would have split it farther down. I would have moved.
Just to have more space.
Yeah,
because this dead center in the middle is only going to give him a couple moves.
Splitting the train here, yeah, right. If he were to move, like the move was this.
If he were to move.
This guy up. Then being able to open it here means he gets more of the train to enjoy.
Yes. And oh, no, you trade. You get the Marlin bill. I get this. Yeah. That's if they if the Kōnane players act up.
You guys not going to make the kind of Star Wars over here with the.
I'm like blind right now. What would you move as Kimo right now?
Take the double. That's what
Make
I would do.
Yep. And I don't, as Kaikili right now, knowing he's not going to take this, I might do the double jump, but or open up. He does, but he does gain that. He does, but it's not enough, I don't think. Where? Oh.
You see kind of the same, pointed up here, yeah? It's, you know, black, white, yeah? And the same piece down here, but in both of these cases, Kimo would not want to be the one to move it over here because it would start to initiate this train for Kahikili.
This one is actually totally full.
It is. It is. It's Kahikili's turn, yeah?
It is Kaikili's. Not looking.
He moves this. He moves this. Or, yeah, no, he moves this.
Because he set it up. He set it up for that. I think he just contemplated.
What you think? What you think?
No, I think the double for the double that Kimo just did was good.
Oh.
Now will Kaikili jump out with the black in the middle up to the Kai? You know, he's got a race with Kimo.
Oh, did not expect that.
So he's gonna try to steal that line as much as possible.
You see, yeah. Now they're gonna probably have to race the line. Or you could just choose not to and do something else. Well, as is Kimo's turn now. Oh. Don't know about that one? It is his line.
Yeah.
Wild choice. There you go. If he had done that, that would have just ruined that whole line.
They can't hear us. They can't hear us. I missed it.
So Kimo takes the free one. He took this one right here.
And Kaikili's taking the free
Yeah,
move.
so he's going to take that line now.
But I don't. You know what? When you look at the amount of free moves that either of them have, I think Kimo might have more.
Yeah, I think winter's coming.
Winter is coming. It's no, I don't think so. Because this once Kaikili.
Yeah, let me give you the mic so you guys get the swords and the mics.
Ching 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 ching.
Winter, yeah.
Yep.
This Game of Thrones.
And that line is gone.
And now Kimo's gonna opt this.
Yep. Kimo's gonna up it.
Oh my God.
And Kaikili has lost the line. If you can see here, when you have a line that belongs to the player's corner, and you break it, you as the opposing player break it, you stop them from being able to have that full run. It cuts it in half, and it already got cut again. So this line is now just going to be nowhere near as powerful as it could have been.
And now this move is totally fine because this piece, it can only go one way. We do get slow-mo or instant replay? He just put it back?
I think he's just going to...
Wow.
Both were fine. Both were totally fine moves. Because he doesn't have... Because even if he moves all this way, he could just jump and fill it up again. So I think that's why he didn't want to do it. He's like, maybe you'll do something else.
Yeah, because now moving this guy here...
Doesn't really matter.
It's not devastating. This is already open now. It's open.
It's open. It's already going to fall apart.
Moving this one, that would be bad. That I would...
What?
I would chalk if you move this one down here, the bottom.
That's a bad idea still.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's interesting how the situations can evolve, and you have to be kind of,
I think
to that.
the game's in a point where I don't think he'll make that move. I don't think they would have made it anyways.
No. I agree. I think they...
Mid game, I could see maybe, or early game, maybe somebody making that error, but at this point...
Whose turn?
Oh, brother, don't ask me.
Kaikili.
Okay. I'm trying to be entertaining here, Ooh, I mean, he has a free move.
Yeah, Kimo made a very big decision here.
Yeah.
Because this is the candle's burning on two sides, yeah? Kahikili can eat away at this side and Kimo can eat it away at this side. But now on this one, only Kahikili only has the choice. I think Kimo's going to continue to... But now Kimo has...
And Kimo's line, and he can't respond. Not a difference.
You can cut it, but now, the snake's smaller and it's still white.
And look, if you look at this pattern right here, if Kimo moves up here, he has a response to this eating, he has a response to that eating from this, and he gains back the line again if that happens. I mean, he already has the line, but... It was Kahikili's turn. He moved up from here. Oh, and he's gonna keep eating the line.
Yeah, no, I agree. He has to eat it because otherwise Kahikili's gonna have it.
This right here. That's gonna be.
Yep. And this move back too from Kimo. Yeah, he made this move. Yeah, earlier.
Yes, he made that move. Yeah, moving down.
Moving down means that he knows that Kahikili's going to want to keep
But the instant he eats that, then he gets a free move.
And that's a free move.
And he doesn't have to move it either. He can actually eat from the bottom again. If Kahikili eats up here, he can move from the bottom again, and then he'll have a for real kind double jump.
I see it. Oh, I don't need the laser.
Has the mono fingers.
I can barely see the. So whose turn is it now?
It is Kahikili's.
Kahikili's turn.
He actually just moved. Right up top. Free move.
That's a free one. It's a good one to take.
As white, I'd probably just
I would just
down
keep,
again.
Keep.
Oh. Kimo, don't throw the match.
Don't say that.
Well, what he's doing is he's making room for the bottom, this one right there. To start crawling out of that one.
But I wouldn't crawl out of it just yet, because if he does, then he can hop out again, and then there'd be the two blacks looking at each other.
Yeah, so he's got the free move here, Kimo. He's got this one, and most likely Kahikili's going to take this double.
If he does,
force Kimo to make the next move.
Yes, because doing this would just be a bad idea. Also, if Kahikili breaks the L over here, he gives it to Kimo as well. He gave him the free move. Free move as well? Yeah. Doesn't change anything, still free move.
Well, now you can go either direction now. Oh, they're playing fast. That's not.
Eatums.
You play fast, you lose fast.
I would eat as Kimo. I would eat to just. I think this is, if he doesn't attend to it, Kahikili can move it up and then move it up again. But if he moves it up, I'll just. That's Kahikili's turn, yeah. As the black. Yep, he's going to take that move. How would you respond, Uncle, to this?
Or you got to take him out so you can jump into that line.
Yeah. And he's going to do it. He's going to turbo jump. 1, 2.
Oh, I think he took one extra.
Kahu. Hey, go. Hilinai, run in there.
Yeah. Oh. Basic it. Do we have?
Yeah, in actuality, probably taking that other piece might have actually put Kimo in a disadvantage. Yeah. By mistake. I think he took a triple, but he accidentally grabbed the fourth one.
Grabbed the fourth one, yeah.
Which I think actually put him at a disadvantage because now he lost a move by doing that, yeah.
We would have to go back a few. Yeah, rewind the tape. Where's the footage?
Yeah, so I think that the triple jump, but he took that extra piece away, and I think that piece would kind of mess him up, yeah. And, this happens. Another common mistake happens a lot in Kōnane is like you jump, but then you take this piece by mistake. Yeah, that's a real common one, yeah, because sometimes you're so focused on that. And it's not a cheat, it's just, that's the way it is, Sometimes you're just so focused on one, you miss it, yeah.
Yeah, no, and this is honestly that's why we have kahunana, because it's so easy to do that. You move, what's the kind of stuff I do? I move this piece, but then I end up taking one. Oh!
Finish up what you were saying, so... Yeah.
No, I mean, sometimes you just remove the wrong piece on accident, but...
Yeah, and again, that's a common thing, yeah, by moving the wrong piece by accident. And like I say, when I work with... So...
What?
What? I thought... Black one.
Oh, is it... Are they? Yeah. It's a rewind button.
Okay, let's. Where's the commercial break here? And, folks, we got Alva right there. Alva, there we go. Kunai, give us a.
Mahalo.
Oh, Maikai.
There's a little mix up, but we caught it. And Oʻahu has won, so it will be Kakuhi Heva against Kakuhi Heva in the final match.
He kona kai o pua I ka lai ke ia. He kona kai o pua I ka lai. No laila ale Oʻahu centric vale no ke ia. Kona kai o pua I ka lai. Ai. Eo kona. Ai. Ala eo namo kupuni a pau o Hawaiʻi.
Ai, Molokaʻi. Ooh, okay, so the final match on the papamū kupuna will be played by Kapena Baptista and Kahekili Young. Yeehaw!
Yuna, Billy, Okoa Pau, Mahalo Nui, Ho'omaika'i Nui, Hano Hano Ko'ukou Moku Puni, Hano Hano Ko'ukou Mau Ohana, I Ka'oukou Hana. E lua wale no moho e ku ana, a e noho ana I ka papa kupuna. O ia ho'i o Kapena Baptista no Oʻahu, me Kahekili Young, noho ana ma Oʻahu, he keiki no ke kai kupo lua o nā kona. No leila, ho maha iki, ho o malolo iki kākou, a leila, mane'i nei, ka papa hope loa o ke ahi, kahi e noho muai ka poe. Homanawa nui, aho nui kākou.
A whole gang over there. Some are playing, some of them are eating, but always good to play. You always learn something good, yeah, when you play.
It is genuinely a lot of fun to be able to have these opportunities to play with folks. There's a language, a personality, a dance you do on the board, yeah, and it's why we've been on Zoom meetings for weeks, for months to be able to make this happen. It's a game of great complexity, and we love it.
Zoom in on the back of your head.
Yeah, oh my God. Zoom in on this. Yeah, shout out to Abajo. Wow. But this is what is waiting for us in this next round. This is the kupuna board. It's not? It's too shiny? What? Oh yeah. No, I think that they put a piece of laminate on top to protect the surface. I think that's what we're seeing.
Okay.
You see it kind of looks like a plastic piece, yeah? Kind of like a plastic sleeve.
Yeah. Yeah, so we talked about this in our meeting. This is a sheet of mylar, which is on it, and this is one of the ways that they're going to use to protect the papamū kupuna, yeah? And so...
Oh, how lovely. Here, Leimomi and Wallace of Akau Boards are setting up the kupuna board. This is chicken skin, genuinely. This is...
Yeah, that's a good point. So you know what's unique about this one is that there are holes. It's hard to see. But they're actually really small holes. And that was one of the first things that I was shocked when I saw this about a year ago. We got invited to visit the collection. And, when I saw this, like, wow. The holes are like, like somebody ice pick, because they're so small, and but this is during the monarchy times, yeah, and so this is it's a very interesting board, and since they're setting up, another interest, there might have been another game of Kōnane, a different style, probably was a different game altogether, but putting the pieces on was a game, almost like Go, I think. And so the Hawaiians may have had another game of setting it up, similar to Go, and then breaking them down, which is Kōnane. So there is a possibility that there is another Hawaiian game out there. And that's the tricky part, right? Because, we don't know so much because, the history and so on has been gone. But the more and more people play, the more and more people start thinking and start looking at the process, yeah.
No, that's beautiful, right? That we start to be able to create our own history, yeah? And history is being made tonight. This is the first time this board is being set up for elite play. These are We're gonna have an Oʻahu showdown. Come next year, we'll see how that shapes out. But in over 100 years, the sport has not been played.
Yeah, so I remember going in. I was like, "Oh, kind of cheeky skin." I never touched nothing. I never touched the balls or nothing like that. And but all rubber gloves, right? You got to have rubber gloves for try-em on. Because of the mylar, you don't need on this particular one. But when we were visiting the papamū kupuna, we, was rubber gloves. But I never put any on because I wasn't gonna touch them. But it's a beautiful boards, and it's like you're going back into history, And me, I was kind of thinking, oh man, think of the games and the conversations that were going on while these boards were being in play.
Yeah, it is genuinely interesting too to see this style of board. Yeah, underneath it has these kind of arched legs, kind of loops. Yeah, that it stands on. It's elevated. The board is elevated over the table.
Yeah. And then so they had 3 different ones there. One was a little on the darker side. That one was kind of scary, that one, but a black color. And again, the holes are so small, it was like, it could even fit, but, the ilili, you can't even fit. But, and then they had one that was similar to this kupuna, papamū kupuna, that was very, very similar, and with the small holes, but that one was kind of damaged already, So I can see why they didn't want to bring that one out. That one's probably never going to come out of the archives. But we saw the black one at an event that we had about a year ago, and then this one for the match. Yeah, so it's a good one.
No, yeah, you'll find carved, stone papamū around, especially on Big Island. You'll find them all across the beach everywhere. But for wooden ones, there aren't that many historical pieces of wooden papamū. I think there's 6 total. 3 of them are with Bishop, and I get you've seen all of them. One of them I think is on Big Island in one of the national parks. Trying to remember which. One was sold at auction. It might be Pu'uhonua. It might be, but it's a treat. It's very special that we're able to have the kupuna kind of grace this tournament, and we get to elevate this game. Yeah, we're bringing this back.
Okay, so that last game was, I think it was an hour and 45 minutes, that last round, yeah.
We need
it's past my bedtime. What time is it now? Oh. I go say, yeah, this is way past, huh? When the chickens roost, Johnny goes to bed. So. Yeah, I start emailing everybody at 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so I guess this time you gotta go shishi break. Now's a good time to do it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And again, if you guys want to watch this time in the room, this time it's gonna be the moo. Yeah, it's gonna be quiet. Yeah, so
that's true.
If you do want to go inside, you gotta be quiet, and so that's the difference. Out here you can be as loud as you like, but in there you gotta be quiet. So you can kind of see, right, how you could actually play a game by placing the ilili on the boards. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how they would do it, but I bet you similar to Go,
I don't know. I wouldn't say good game, but yeah, I think so. But still, I think I couldn't stay focused anymore. Like,
No, you lost focus?
yeah.
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 More early in the day?
Yeah. Yeah. Or either like maybe we can do I don't know, like 8x11, 8x11, and then move on to the bigger board. I don't know.
Oh, because you played at 12
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hi. No, what apologize. Oh, thank you. I was like, oh, well, yeah, that was. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, so that was a lot. But yeah, I guess it's kind of hard to stay focused. Yeah, I mean, at least for me. Yeah.
Because you never played that sounds.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to get this big overboard. Yeah.
But you know, you're making a big board with three. Well, that's what John's going to do. He's designing right now a 3-in-1.
For all three sizes.
One.
Sure.
Yeah. Then you can play the smaller one and go to the big one.
Yeah. Because originally the first round was gonna be 6x7. Yeah. Either way.
We do the thing decided like that.
Yeah. Ours too, I think. Yeah. The tournament on each island was like that. Yeah. And then. Yeah. I guess so. I mean,
Or
for
just
me.
maybe the first one, the 6x7.
Yeah.
Then go 1-1. We'll start earlier so it's not this late.
Yeah, getting late. 9 o'clock already.
Yeah. See?
We break it up.
Yeah.
7:30.
Yeah.
So it's late. Yeah.
And they're not going to start. When they need to start in 15 minutes, but still it's going to be, they'll be going past 10.
Yeah. An hour. Because even we played for over an hour. I don't know how long it took for 45. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Alrighty.
Do you want to join for the interview? You don't want to come? Can I? I'll steal this.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. They'll usher us around. They're actually here.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Come on this side. Okay. Perfect. Oh,
More
that
over?
more that side. Oh, sorry.
All right, standing next to me, we have one of our semifinalists. Yuna, how are you feeling right now?
I'm relieved. I feel very relieved. Yeah, I think I was very excited and nervous at the same time. So my emotion was, getting overwhelming, but in a good way. In a positive way.
Yeah, what's the energy like in that room to be near the kupuna piece, to be playing in Hawaiian Hall?
Yeah, I think it feels very kapu, like how they were explaining, outside is more noa, inside is more kapu. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. There's more silence inside, and so that we get to focus a little bit more on the play. But it's just such a blessing to be even nearby the papamū, kupuna.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right, to hear about Kōnane in the mo'olelos and hearing it in the very high stakes situations, and contrast that with how we like to play it here, where it's usually a children's game or just something but to play it here, it gives it that gravity, and you start to feel kind of like how the kupuna did, where there's stakes, there's something's on the line. And so for you to be here, to engage, to participate in this, we're very fortunate to have such a strong competitor as you.
Thank you.
How did you feel about the game?
That was an interesting game, I think. Kapena is such a great player, and I was just fortunate to even play with him or play against him. I think the beginning, he was pushing, and then I was trying to focus on like, oh, how can I get out of this situation? And then I was kind of come up with the strategy, but he was very strong that I just
we saw kind of in the middle game, he created this box kind of in front of him, and that was frustrating to see, because if he was to move anything there, it would have given you many opportunities, but there was enough space elsewhere to ride the tide. So, but
I personally enjoyed that game. Yeah, it's just really fortunate to play with Kapena, who is such a great competitor and a player. Yeah.
Do you have any other final thoughts for this experience so far to participate in?
I think I'm super thankful, and I hope that now with this experience, I can, what is it called, ho'olaha, or I can go into the community and just spread the beauty and fun and the history of Kōnane so that more people get to play, right? Because I personally think that like each household should have one papamū, like the small one is fine, so that they can play with makua, keiki, and then they can just, bet on like, oh, so who's going to do the dishes today, right? Who's going to clean the kitchen? Who's going to do the laundry, right? But that's where it starts. And then more people would get interested in, getting to know more about Kōnane, and that's where it begins, right? That's how it started with me. So I really hope that I can contribute to the Kōnane community in that way.
No, you couldn't have said it any better. That Kōnane became a staple in our household. Similarly, I do. Kapena is my partner, and we would use Kōnane as a way to figure out who would do the litter box, and he's really good, so I would be the one to be doing it usually. But there's fun ways to incorporate it into the house and have it be a piece of, just a piece of life, as it was then, make it now. Yeah, so, lovely. Mahalo,
yes, mahalo. Mahalo.
Let me help. We haven't spoken.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Where do I look?
Our final match has begun. I wanted to remind everybody that we are going to keep the space quiet for this final round.
TV. They are full professionals and have this remarkable layout for us to look at. Kapena is white, Kahikili is black. We have a showdown, an Oʻahu showdown. Again, it is mu inside. It is dead silent. Probably the only thing you can hear is the sounds of
the ilis clinking on the papamū kupuna. This is how I like to play, to create a large division down the middle. Dividing through kahikili now bridges the two.
Anybody saw my wife, man? She ran away from me. No, but you know they have a good understanding of the patterns. Yeah, yeah. They play on these a lot. So yeah, that's a disadvantage. So we did a pretty good show. I mean, we had them. Yeah. You know, hopefully they get they stay on YouTube and people like that.
Yeah, they go look.
I think the kind of you had that line. You had started to shoot you did. He was locked in because he never left. Remember I told him about the four dangerous points. Yeah.
the energy here from this board. The energy here on this board compared to the games previous, it's palpable. It's so interesting to be able to see all the ilis on the surface. This is a flat, on the flat top. You'll also note that the ilis are different. These are actually ones
and these are
that...
all wrong terminologies. That's because I don't Olelo and not enough.
These are actually ilis that Kapena collected from very special places out on Big Island. The coral from Lapakahi State Park. The Ele out by Punalu'u Beach. Big Island is represented in this shot. We start to see the regions begin to be defined, right? It's split down the middle in half. The top left corner is beginning to separate it, but depending on how they decide to move, this can change. Seeing the expression of both of our players here too, this is intense, this is intentional. Kahikili offering Kapena the opportunity to open that north line. And this is what Kapena does. He loves to lock up the position. There's no urgency to make that move I was suggesting. And when you create this kind of, frontier of, if you look at the top left corner, this kind of triangle emerges, yeah? This is another shape where black has the initiative, or Kalamai, white has the initiative to make all the moves here. If your color is the one on the outside of this triangle, you're not in for a good time because you got no choices. Mahalo, yeah, you can see it on the top left. This board is beautiful. Right now it's Kahikili. No, Kapena can immediately. Oh, he opens the line instead. And again here, Kapena has the choice to open it. There's no need to make this move right now, but if any funny business Kahikili tries to do to open it, he can make this move. There's no pressure to do that right now. There's more important battles going on. If I was Kahikili, I would start to race and move this piece out, move this out so that I can at least have some control on this side for now.
Yeah, that's a safe move. We're talking back there, and so when you jump in between two, that's a safe. kid. You sorry. I was worried about the people behind. I forgot about the one in the front. Thanks a lot. Oh, the intensity with the faces over there. Look at that. You know, a lot of people ask me, like, how long will a tournament take, you know? And so it depends. You get strangers, maybe an hour. You get people who know each other. Oh, it take a long time. They don't like lose. So they play hard.
No, they're actively dancing right now. There's, Kapena's threatening moving this in. It is. This is a rematch of the Oʻahu qualifier. Yeah. These were. No, these are the same two that not a week ago, 2 weeks ago, were competing for the opportunity to compete in this invitational. Yeah, Kahikili does not allow him to have it and decides to jump. It's easy to get lost staring at the shapes these create, and these ilis themselves are so full of personality. Yeah.
What I like about this is I can see them pretty good. So my markers feel good right now. The way I can see 'em. So they get that Z pattern going over the top, Interesting pattern. And Carlos has been talking a lot about different patterns. And I think one of the unique things about this game is that, our kupuna, they understood patterns very well, yeah. Where there was the different types of winds, different types of rains. They were very good observers.
Mm. Yeah, Kahikili moves in. He gives Kapena a free move here, but he gives himself an opportunity to claim some space on the left side of the board. I think that's a fine move. And this safe move is temporary. In the very early stages of the game, right? There's so much that can happen. He could double jump over. This isn't as valuable now as it is in about 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We'll see for how long we go.
So Kapena decides to cut the line, right? So that left side facing Kahikili. Now it's Kahikili doesn't necessarily own that line anymore, yeah?
Yeah, immediately. I think Kapena sees the writing on the wall that this move wants to happen, so he's going to cut this off here. And, you cut off a little bit of a little piece of the snake or the train, and you still get all this. This is how I like to play the game. Very quickly, you need to figure out what your stake is along the edges. And the bottom right is just fully untouched. We still have full army, and it seems like that may be where the game continues. And now Kahikili.
Yeah, he's starting to set up
he's preparing
cut
for the
line.
right side.
So Kapena cut the one side. Kahikili's planning to cut the other side off.
Yeah, and I think he realizes, there's nothing you can do about moving this piece in time. So cementing down this pattern here for himself and continue to carve. It's just absolutely maddening. This whole shape is Kapena's. I'm angry in it's amazing to see, but if I was on the other side of the board, I would be very frustrated. If I was Kahikile, I would want to maybe start to try to get some of my own and do a double jump here and wedge myself. Eventually, I would want to pull this, but right now there's no urgency. I have no idea what their thoughts are in this moment to be in the presence of this papamū kupuna. This is a dance. They are dancing together. There's this whole untouched piece of the board. This is the first time we've seen this all day or throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I've never seen it like this before. So they're almost like playing two different games.
Yeah.
One on the bottom, one on the top.
That's Yeah, no, it's a special board. So they want to play two games on it instead of one. Oops. Yeah, he did, but it's so early on. It's not consequential right now. What are you thinking right now, Uncle John? If you were in Kahikili's shoes.
If I was in Kahikili's shoes, I would take the second one from the top, the black, like you said, cut the line open already.
This one.
Yeah. And then start the choo-choo train, because sometimes when you take too long doing the choo-choo train, you lose them. And so...
Yeah, there's so much game.
Well, that's the second game. The key is that upper corner one, That's the one that I think Kapena has some strength right now, but if he were to cut that line and then start messing up, create chaos in that area by messing up, he might he might win that battle there. Then, of course, they're going to obviously shift down to the bottom one, and basically a new game starts there, yeah.
Here we go.
What do you think Kapena's going to do?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah,
Is he going to focus on that, or he's going to develop the bottom one?
There's not much really he can do down here. He could move this guy here, but that would be to his detriment because it would reduce his choo-choo train here. Yeah, that's the technical term now. We're gonna see.
Yeah.
This is your impact.
So sorry,
Uncle
we're using
John,
the
yeah?
wrong. We're using the wrong terminology, but you know.
Okay, no, he strikes back. He says, "Okay, you have that part. I'll have this part." Yeah, now we're starting to divide the lower half. Right, and even though the game, right, it seems like it is divided in two, yeah, but this row helps keep communication between them, right? This guy could still jump twice up and land in between here. Until this row gets eaten up, there's still a lot of things that can happen.
So he takes a free move right there.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. Honestly, like it's kind of strange that they haven't moved into this part, actually. I would have started making a mess over here because there's too much focus, too much action going on over here.
He takes a free move.
This is what's going to come next.
Ooh, now he just gave, you know, what's that line there?
Yeah, he makes that move. This is interesting. I kind of like that move the more I think about it because now Kahikili controls this because he started his choo-choo train, yeah? For you to get control back, to rein control back from the choo-choo train, you need to move one of your pieces off the train, yeah? And to do that, you need a place to go. So you need to move this guy somewhere in your third column. But now when you look at who has control of the third column, it's only Kahikili. The game is still very early, but right now that whole right side is under his control for now. Mm. That's, how do I feel about that? I mean, this gives me a chance to move this guy out the way and begin to reclaim my train. And he does.
So if you were Kaikili, would you initiate that or anticipate Kapena's move out, and then you might freeze him if you do that, right?
I mean, he might just move this guy out the way if
Yeah.
he sees it coming.
And then he might force Kapena to stay there to protect that line.
Yeah, I mean, and Kapena would have achieved a goal. Yeah, now the train is not as long. It's not as much stored away. Yeah, it kind of got eaten up a little bit. But Kapena does have control here. Anything that gets eaten up here, at the end of the day, it's eating up his part of the train, because as he moves out, moving this one out the way means he can continue. That's not the same case here, where if he eats out here, that's not his piece. He cannot move it. But this train extends all the way around. Again, how interesting stuff. It must be something with being in front of this papamū kupuna that they are battling so ferociously in this top half. Hardly anything is going down on the lower half. Takes one, because if he takes it back, he's going to nestle himself here.
Would you take that Krojipo jump?
Which one?
If you were Kaikili?
Which one? Here?
Right there, yeah.
All the way through? This triple jump, yeah?
The 4.
1, 2, 3. Oh, this one, 4. I would, because I cannot do nothing about this guy right now. This is kind of an annoying situation. So to be able to remove one of the moves here,
Yeah, you
I would
take
be
it
happy
away.
with that.
You take away some.
Yeah, I wonder now, right, talking about this. Each of these moves, yeah, when you make a move, sometimes you give one to your opponent. Sometimes you have free moves. And sometimes you take them away also from your opponent, yeah. I think I would jump in. And another reason, yeah, I mean, to be able to, this line right now is also whites, is also Kapena. So be able to take away a move here from these chains that he has. Okay, yeah, so he sets up this situation where if Kahikili ever wants to move into either of them, he will sandwich himself and give Kapena a free move. And it's a lot of these moves that he loves to do to create these situations where if you take the bait either way, you'll regret it later on. Because these small patterns add up. Oh.
So he took away Kapena's out.
By removing this one here now, this piece cannot jump out, but Kahikili always had an out here to reclaim control. He may still do this move actually. No. Kapena to move, yeah? White?
It's Kapena's move.
I think I would... was actually Kahikili's.
Sorry, okay. How viciously would you protect that line? Because right now Kapena can jump out and then give that he's gonna own that line to a certain point. He can cut the line early.
Yeah, he's making it comfortable for himself now. He gets all this. It'll suck when you eventually make this move. You'll give him this, but it's fine. That's why he made that move. He migrated this piece all the way over from here because now no matter where Kahikili jumps, there's always going to be a response. You know, using your ilis to work together is kind of advanced skill that we're seeing before our eyes right now.
So is this a good time for the triple jump that went from 4 to 3?
Yeah, he should have done it before when it was 4.
I think so. But I think he can still do it as 3. That's a free move.
Yeah, I would have thought about saving that for longer. Right, and that's nice, this move here. Before, this piece could have decided to jump up or down. By jumping out the way, now this piece can only move down, and that would be giving Kapena control of the train. He's never going to do that. Again, on the line here is a beautiful replica of this kupuna board. I had a chance to see it earlier, and again, big shout out to Akau boards. They make beautiful Pā Kōnane for play. Yeah, it may seem bad to move this piece here and give this guy more options, but I don't think either player wants to move this for trying to wrestle control of the train. Okay. He rides his train.
Develop that line, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lima.
Sometimes what I like to do, if I feel like I cannot control this train, there's a train right next door that I get control. Oh, here we go. Very nice. Yeah, he extends his own train in response. If you don't get one, build one. Wow, and actually that's always a response. If Kakikili ever wants to continue his train, this is always a response. And he's gonna do it. Yup. I played this guy too much. I know all he makes all the, he's very good. Wow. Yup, and here it is. So now Kakikili's kind of on the back foot. He needs to find a way to make a move that Kapena does not have a response for. There's a response. Continuously wedging himself. If I was Kahikili, I could move here. Yup. Now this opens up down here. Which kind of sucks for Kapena. It eats into his train a little bit, but he still has the left side train. And this one that he just kind of commandeered and built himself.
Yeah, that one's that's going to be a good defense in the end. He's got the upper corner under control. He's got that side area under control.
Yeah,
he's going to initiate.
He knows it's coming. He's going to be the one to do it. Bring them in. This is, the bottom half is opening in a way that's just not favorable for Kahikili, I feel.
Yeah.
This I don't think is how we wanted it to open. No, it's not. I would not be feeling very good. I would need.
He's got to work that line, that 1, 2, the third line.
Yeah. This, how you mean? This one?
Yeah. He's got to start choo-chooing down.
Yeah, good eye.
There he goes.
Wow, Uncle Jod. That's why they pay you big bucks.
It's way past my bedtime, but yeah, still thinking.
It's crazy to be, halfway through the game and there still be so many pieces that are just locked up. I think I would want to move this guy.
Yeah, the 6th line girl.
Because then I would, afterwards, get this guy out the way, eat up this free move, and break up this. We're beginning that transition now into the late game.
Yeah.
And Kapena's. I would want to be playing white if I approach this board. It's back move, yeah.
I would move the.
No. You know, that's pretty good. I was going to say, so by moving this out the way, right, it breaks up this line. It gives this guy an out, but there's somebody waiting for him right there. Oh, he does it? I would jump up immediately. I might expect Kahikili to plug that.
Yeah, he gave Kupuna a free triple. Ooh, gave him a choo-choo.
Yeah, he gave him an out. He gives him an out.
You got to run that train.
Yeah, it's gonna start burning from both ends. And we're starting to simplify the board a bit, right? This right here, square lake kapenas. Whenever Kahikili needs to make this move, there's a response immediate. these shapes are being cut now. Kahikili owns this whole R shape, yeah, but if he wants to take advantage of that, I think Kapena would pull the rug out and move this guy up. We can begin to tally the amount of moves each player has. Kapena has kind of 1 free one here, 2, and then either 3. Wow, yep, okay, they start cutting over there. Yeah, it's going to be a race. Winter's coming.
Yeah, Kapena has an overwhelming amount of moves compared to Kahikili.
Yeah, he's got.
So he's gonna have to try and Kapena owns almost that whole half of the board.
Yeah, he can even bank an additional by moving this guy in first.
That was a good strategic move on his part.
Yeah, it begins to kind of minimize the bleeding. Now Kapena's going to his reserves. And this is, the way this is going to play out, yeah. He moves this, Kahikili moves this guy moves here. There's a response. The walls are closing in. He opens his train. He rides his train. Counting the moves right, I'm Kahikili. What do I have? I get this guy, save that. We get 1 here or 1 here. Either of these gives Kapena a free move. This one here has a response. This one here, that's a move, but that assumes Kapena would ever want to go up here and give me 2 free moves. He's not going to do that. He'd rather ride his train before he has to make that move. I have a move here. There's a response. I get this guy down here, but even doing the triple, there's somebody waiting.
So he takes the freebie.
Yeah.
He takes the freebie.
He's gonna. Yeah, he's got plenty of free moves till 2027. He's gonna respond, yep. Take it back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's still 2 more up there.
Yeah.
He's got
Instead
this
of
whole
utilizing
thing.
the free moves.
Yeah, no,
Let
it's...
Kapena make, let Kahikili make the mistake now.
Mm-hmm. No, this is a very interesting game. This is. I think so. I haven't had a chance to play on a board like this where there's no pukas for the ili'ilis. Yeah, it's this kind of broad platform, elevated as well. You can kind of see it on in Kapena's picture with these 2 kind of hoop eyes that elevated above the ground. Kahikili takes that double jump from down here. Kapena decides to take it in because even though it gives this guy an extra move, he can only move one time, yeah? So it doesn't matter if there's two choices. It's still only one move. This is a game of numbers now. And if you don't take it, he will. He's mean. It's kind of a mean way to... And are we POW?
That's it.
That's it. Is there no more moves?
So what do you
That's
think
black,
was
yeah?
what do you think was Kahikili's mistake?
I think after the first time Kapena moved one piece over, he shouldn't have let it keep going. He built out a lot of train there. And I think there should have been more fighting. Yep. And there it is.
Yep. Good game.
Beautiful.
Harlanakila Kapena Baptista.
Ho'omekaʻi. Ho'omekaʻi nui.
Any final questions on the game, folks? While we're here?
Yeah, that was like really somber way to end
Yeah.
it. This is crazy. We have a champion now, everybody.
Yeah, so history was made today. Kapena got the victory. He's the champ, and that was a good game. It was a good game of how to control.
If we can invite everyone inside, we will be doing the closing ceremony, presenting our second place and Lanakila with their awards. Okay, so the space is open, of course, keeping a distance from the papamū kupuna while we prepare for the final ceremony. If you wanted to take a picture or an image of the final play on the board, now is the time to do it. After the closing ceremony, the papamū will be put to rest. We'll cover it with a kapa, and it will no longer be on display. So now is the time. Komo mai. The space is Noah. We can talk story. We can celebrate. We can chihu if you want to. Kapena. And Kahikili. What a game was played, yeah? Oh, Ekalamai, please keep your distance and try not to put your phones directly over the board. We don't want anything to possibly fall on the board. You can get that shot, but just not right over the board. Mahalo. We also wanted to invite anyone that's interested during this time, if you wanted to capture images of our boards that will be given to our second place and first place winner, one of them being a replica of this papamū kupuna made from koa wood from Hawaii Island, and the other one being mahogany. Mahogany that was growing in Waiʻanae, you guys. I didn't even know that was possible. And we have a cow boards representing, and they created these, Leimomi Ame Wallace, and they're beautiful. So please feel free to capture an image of this as well. And again, if you're interested in purchasing your own Kōnane boards, check out akauboards.com. Easy to remember. Both of the boards that will be given as prizes have the same dimensions, 12 by 15. Ka Hoaka, he just shared with me that he was talking story with Kahikili young outside, and Kahikili graduated from Kealakehe High School, so he truly is a Kona boy. And Kona is very, Kaulana is famous for having these Kōnane boards that are still there till today, all along the coastline.
And ha'aheo ko Kona I kāna hana I keia ahi a me ka ho'ea ana I anei. Ha'aheo Hawaii I nā Kona.
Ha'aheo no. And a big mahalo to our kahunana this evening. We put in some time. We have Hema Watson, we have Angel Ibanez, and We also had Keone and Hilina'i. Mahalo for all of your hana nui this evening. Mahalo. Okay, at this time we're gonna cover the papamū with kapa. Hey, kapa. Before we gift the prizes to Kahekili and Kapena, we just wanted to quickly, get into their brains and their thoughts and interview them really quick. Kahekili.
O ka mua, ho mai ka inui a oi. I was totally unbiased outside watching this. I was not cheering for you at all. Kapena, I was not cheering for him at all, okay. We happen to be from the same place in Kona, so totally unbiased out there. But I'm gonna leave that unbiasedness for a little while. I'm from Kona, you from Kona. Super cool to see somebody from ʻāina competing at this level. What was this experience like for you? This is pretty intense, bro. I can't even remember. I was asking them, who did he play in the first round? Because it felt like that was 8 years ago. Round 2 was a super long game, right? And then we get to the championship round where it seemed like you folks who played 2 games in one. You had the one side of the board and then eventually moved it over to the other side. So what was this experience like for you in this kind of environment?
It was kind of unreal because I actually never knew I was going to get in the tournament. I didn't think I was going to win the qualifying to begin with. So, it's kind of funny because I made plans during this time and I had to push them back. It's just unreal. And, I'm super stoked to be able to play on this board. Not even just, symbolically bringing it out and letting us play on it. It's amazing, but, I really fought to get here. And yeah, being from Kona, just represent, and all the papamū that's over there, even the papamū that's hidden under, development. It's kind of, my homage to this, me coming here.
You mentioned playing on the papamū, this papa that hasn't, come out and had human interaction over 100 years. Did it feel any different? Competing in that, aside from the intensity of a championship match and a person who had made it to that point, did it feel any different playing on that papa as maybe many other experiences that you had in the past?
It's definitely a lot different, I will say, but I was very focused on the game, and I was leaving everything else aside, but it's nothing like anything else, especially because there is no, little luas, however you may call it, right? There's no pockets. So it is kind of hard to see.
Different visual.
Yeah, and you got to get used to that. kind of right away. But it's not too different, especially when you're very focused in the game.
Well, from one Konakai Opua to another Konakai Opua, ha'aheo Hawaii na kona bra, ho'omeka'i a'oe, ho'omeka'i nui.
A big round of applause for Kahikili Young. Mahalo to Akau Boards for creating these beautiful makana. He vai no kapena hele mai. Kapena. Let me give you a big puliki. Okay, so before I get emotional, I wasn't biased either, but I just think it's such an amazing thing that you visualized it, you manifested it, and it happened. It's in your hands. It's in your pu'uwai. So I just mahalo you for bringing this dream to reality. It's such a beautiful moment, and thank you for dreaming so big. Mahalo. Can you please share? I don't know if you can share. Can we get some Kleenex? Oh my gosh, okay. So, what happens after today, Kapena? What happens after today?
I'm going to Disneyland. Mahalo to all of you. Truly, this would be nothing if it weren't for all of you here and everyone that came to support, not just me, but all the competitors here today. Our game lives because of you. Truly, because of you, because you come here and make the time to see it, to appreciate it, to know more about it. And that was really my goal when I first envisioned something like this. It's just how do we, ho'omana, so something that was passed down to us from our kupuna, and I just really want to mahalo the papamū that was here with us today. It was really a wonderful experience playing over it. Something like I haven't really felt before, and being right here in this particular spot in front of these two ki'i that are so familiar to me at this point. I kept looking up and wanting to hear their opinion about what it is that I was doing, and hopefully that they're pleased, but yeah, what's next for tomorrow? I am excited for this replica. Truly, this is something that I'm hoping to really take across the whole ʻāina and share with all of you. I mean, I'm sure many of you have seen me outside the other after-hours events here at the Bishop Museum, but also just playing what I call guerrilla Kōnane out in community. And, now I get to add this wonderful board to my collection and share it with all of you. So whenever you come see me, come say hi to this board. I'm more than happy to share all of this with you all. So mahalo.
Ipa lima kako, mahalo yaoi. Our first lanakila of our first Ka Makou Kōnane tournament, Kapena Baptista. Mahalo nui a o ko Pakahia Pau for joining us this beautiful evening, this momentous occasion that will go down in history, and we will continue this dream. Yeah, we'll continue it. So we'll see you guys next year, same time-ish, same place for sure, and have a beautiful evening. And I think we're at the end of makahiki. So lono I ka makahiki.
Lono I ka makahiki.
Lono I ka makahiki. Lono I ka makahiki.
And congratulations as well to all of our competitors tonight from Kauaʻi, from Molokaʻi, Hawaii, Oʻahu. Ho'omeka'i nui ia'u koa pau. Kapena can be hano up here because he had good competition, yeah? Nothing to brag about if you're not beating anybody good, right? So competition was intense tonight, so he can stand up here very, very proud. I think the competition was really maikai. Mahalo to Uncle John and Carlos outside for providing the the commentary. Mahalo to Bishop Museum. Mahalo to Kapana. Mahalo to everybody who helped put this on. Looking forward to next year. Yeah. Ho mai kai nui a o kua pau. Mahalo.
We ho mahalo.